Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Labor Day. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Jason. What's up, Jason? What you say? You've been working all weekend. You got today off? I know. You got to work hard and then play even harder, right? Out here in these streets. I know yesterday a lot of people said they didn't get the notification. You say, and nope, you got a hey, 13th juror. How are you? Good afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon some places, right? Yeah, so we are for those that didn't catch the stream yesterday, I heard that a lot of notifications didn't go out like to a lot of people. Would you say because your phone not ringing? Hey Marilda, good morning, afternoon. Wherever whatever it might be, right? Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the hey Baka, good morning. Afternoon. It's one of the two. It's something like that, right? So for those that didn't get to see it, because I do know that some people have not seen this case, right? At least this hearing. So I'm gonna try not to do too many spoilers. But yesterday we did cover some crucial testimony where we had the one that I thought that was most interesting is the sister who had to testify in regards to what knowledge she had regarding the last sighting of Zanaya Harris. It was very emotional. Even for me to watch her have to do that, to her brother. Of course, she wants to be honest. She feels for the little girl, and unfortunately, we just can't pick who our family is. But very emotional testimony from her. We heard from his business partner, King, who was riding along and seeing also Naziah Harris at the auto shop, and they also went to go work on a car together. He's so funny, Rachel. I don't think that's his. I think she probably on the team, but I don't think she's the attorney. Hey, she probably glad she looked like she's 12 in whatever position she in, right? Right? That'll make her look really nice when she gets older. Still, she'll be 40 and still looking 18. But she definitely on his team. We also heard from the school representative, Mr. Wolf, who presented to us the video footage in regards to Zanaya at the bus stop and the bus footage, right? Today we're probably getting into more witness testimony. I have seen the case. It was all the way back in January. I don't remember all the intricate details, so that's why it's good to kind of have a to refresh what evidence was presented to take this actually to trial next month, because it does go to trial next month. My concerns is that in this time period of this 8 months or so since this preliminary hearing, there are all types of things that are coming out in regards to the family, the people that are involved, the details. When you look closely at the details of what's presented here in court, some people think that it's just a fish, like the prosecutor has a vendetta, or like this is not this guy's MO. Like he nasty. Don't I don't want y'all to think like he need to be in jail for the rest of his life. But we do want to make sure that the right people are convicted of the actual unaliving of Zanaya Harris, if she's unalive, because Now there are things out here saying that she's not, that she just ran away. But I don't see a 13-year-old running away and being able to survive out here without somebody helping. That's just me. So we'll get into the testimony that we have today. And wherever we leave off today, we will pick up next week at some point in time. But very interesting. I'm trying to take a lot of notes because I did order the transcripts for this one because I heard what reading the transcripts, you can kind of like correlate all the times and stuff, but just depending on where I get at when we're listening to it, we'll kind of determine that part. All right, guys, let me see those ones and those sweet peas in the chat room if y'all ready to go into this courtroom and see what our guy, Mr. Butts. He sure got the right name. Butthead, butthole, Butts. I was like, oh gosh, what a name to be called Mr. Butts. And you in here for all these SAs. He was getting it from everybody, the older women, the daughters, the kids, his kids, just all around getting it from everybody, just nasty. Mr. Butts. I know, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If disgust was a word, he would be the picture, right? If we had a picture of disgusting, he would be on there. Just disgusting. Let's see here. I'm gonna get this fixed up for us. Same. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take us in the courtroom. Let's see what we have today.
Activity, count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. With the habitual offender fourth offense notice set for an exam today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defendant Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Good morning. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts, the co-counsel Lauren Butler.
P88126.
And Mr. Butts, state your full name. You can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we continue testimony?
No, Judge, just the continued order of mutual sequestration because we are live as well.
Okay.
Agreed.
If there's anyone on YouTube or watching this live stream or anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must exit the courtroom. That includes the virtual courtroom as well. And with that, you can call your next witness.
At this time, people call Tashiana Davis.
Give the court reporter your name right here, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your step. And once you get situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just lean into it. Just tug it off of it.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Tashiana Davis.
And Ms. Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes,
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
he was my fiance.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
she's right there with a green top on.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts, in this matter.
So reflective.
Thank you. And how long, you said he was your fiance.
Yes,
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years,
And-
since 2019.
2019?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things
No,
like that.
no children.
Okay. And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes.
How often would that happen?
Pretty often, but we didn't live together.
I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes,
And when was that?
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes,
And was there a time before that that you had to drive him to court?
yes.
And when was that?
January, I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was gonna have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes,
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving him on the 7th of February 2024, first, what kind of car do you drive?
2005 Suburban,
And what color is it?
10,
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
nobody.
Just you and Mr. Butts?
Yes,
And when you were driving him to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, where's your phone?
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No,
And what did you said he did turn himself in?
yes,
And so you drove back home, correct?
yes,
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
yes,
And where were you when you had that contact?
in the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No,
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
no,
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
no, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No,
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
no.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years?
Yes,
And would you communicate with him via cell phone?
yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember?
Nine,
If you don't
I
remember,
don't remember.
okay. With looking at text messages, refresh your memory?
Yes,
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If you could just look at the phone numbers on it.
the first one.
And does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in, did you go to his place of employment at 9,000 Connors?
No,
Okay, did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell Wright?
no.
Okay. I have nothing further. to say.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Davis. You met Mr. Butts at Frank's Garage, is that right?
Yes,
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
yes,
You were taking your car there,
yes,
and I think in your words, you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that
Right.
fair to say?
yes,
You guys got along really well,
yes,
and you just kind of started a relationship from there.
yes,
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
yes,
kind of just to drop in?
yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's Garage, did you ever see any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes,
He would never let you see his phone screen?
No.
Wouldn't give you access?
No.
Certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything? In fact, you've actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
yes,
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if
Yes.
that would unlock it.
mhm,
You took a picture of his face once and tried to
yes,
put the screens together. So you wanted to know what was in his phone.
yes,
And he did not want you to know what was in his phone,
no,
as far as you know?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
yes,
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
yes,
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
yes,
And you suspected that at the time,
yes,
and so that's why you were looking for proof?
correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him.
Yes,
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids.
yes,
He cared for your kids.
yes,
He took them places.
yes,
He took your son up to the shop.
yes,
He showed him how to change the oil in the car.
correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure.
Yes,
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
no,
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
no,
Certainly, if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house. Fair to say?
absolutely not.
You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes,
With a woman named Angel
yes,
and a woman named Shannon.
yes,
He talked about his children with you.
yes,
Did he ever talk to you about his niece?
no,
About how often would Mr. Butts stay with you on any given week?
maybe like twice,
Were they like the same days or was it random?
random.
About what time would he come over?
After his work hours,
And-
after like 6 o'clock.
Okay, so you think he would come kind of straight from work?
No, he would probably do something else and then be there later on in the night.
Okay, so closer to like 9, 10?
Yes.
Okay. Would he stay the night with you?
To about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3, and then he would leave.
Okay. Do you know how he would get to your home?
A couple of times he was in the white truck, a white Cadillac truck. Sometime I think he would walk. If he was coming straight from the shop, he would walk. Or if he had my truck, that's how we would get back and forth.
And that's the Suburban.
Yes,
Did you know Mr. Butts to ever have his own vehicle?
yes, he had a white, Chrysler truck, van like,
Okay. And when did you know him to drive that?
like maybe the first 2 years we were together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Butts would come visit you, would he park in your driveway?
Yes,
Would he spend weekends with you also?
yes.
1 second. I don't have anything else, thank you.
Ms. Davis, I just have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you about Mr. Butts being secretive with his phone. Can you tell me about a time that you had a conversation with him about him being secretive or something like that?
He would never really say anything. He talked in circles. So if you try to ask him a question, it's just always, you can never get a straight answer out of him.
But fair enough, you had multiple conversations about his phone and your access to it, I guess, or lack thereof.
Yes.
And Ms. Quick also asked you about Mr. Butts staying over staying the night at your house. You said that he would leave around 2 a.m.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you know where he would go when he would leave?
No.
Did he ever tell you where he was going?
Home.
Did you know where he himself called home?
Yes.
Where was that at?
Wilshire.
And you said he would walk from his place of employment if he was coming straight from there, right?
Yes.
How far from that
Um,
on Connors, the auto shop on Connors, do you live? How far of a walk?
No, that was when he was on Warren.
Warren and Neff?
Yes.
How far of a walk from that location?
Like 4 blocks.
And did you ever see him drive but not park in your driveway or out front of
Yes.
your house? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He parked around the corner and he would walk to my house.
And do you
When
know,
he was in the white Cadillac truck.
you said Cadillac?
Yes.
Oh. Was that an Escalade? If you know.
I don't know.
And do you know the reason why he would park around the corner?
I don't know. I asked and he would just be like, I didn't drive.
But then would you see his truck?
I would see the truck.
Hey, one more, Judge.
Yes.
One last question. You said he lived or called home on Wilshire.
Yes.
Have you ever been to that house?
Yes.
Have you ever been inside that house?
No.
No, I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you are done testifying. Watch your step. I'm not going to instruct.
May we have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
All right.
They have to know it's like the RA break. So
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
yeah, I was cracking up about that yesterday. Like, they got a house tonight.
And I'm going to request permission to share my screen again.
Okay. Okay, good morning. Good morning. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Just watch your step.
Thanks.
And then you can pull that whole microphone off of the ledge once you sit down. Because you can put it-
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
And how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
And how long have you been employed by the U.S. Border Patrol?
14 years and change.
And were you working back on March 12th of 2024?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working in a search and rescue capacity. That's the primary job, or my primary job.
Okay. And were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people?
With a team. There was a sizable team that day.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
We were responding to a missing person
Okay.
in that area.
And which area are we talking about? Where were you at?
7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And what was your role in searching the 7 Mile and Berg area?
I was searching the riverbank of the River Rouge. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Mile Berg area.
Okay. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some like child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbanks.
Okay. So you're kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes.
Okay. And did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit a description?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. About, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off the river.
Okay. And when you find articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role?
So there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to age it and make sure that it is something that could possibly be related. And then I'm going to just immediately report a picture to the incident command so that they can send people to properly inspect it.
Okay. And when you say age, what do you mean by aging?
Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay. And in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
Okay. And so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to incident command.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you report them? Do you go at like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
Via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident command.
Okay. And when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink.
Okay.
Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes? Or shoes, the shoe that you
It
found.
was a
sorry.
small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
And- Sorry.
it was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay. And were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay. And did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you include coordinates in that report?
Yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay. Yes. Could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
They're decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.268497.
Okay. So the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set up.
That's the incident command, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. And I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay, and when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
oh, sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? Or
Yes.
onesie? Okay,
Yes, it is.
and 67. Is this
Yep.
also a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes,
Okay, and you're the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
And nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you gave, are those latitude, longitude?
Yes. Yep.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay.
Well, decimal degrees. So
Please quick.
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile of river at that point. So not a
And,
huge area.
and you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen,
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections than that. Yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes,
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
for the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah, so in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose. And then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river because the water level was high. So we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so, so we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in
Okay.
the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No,
Would you normally do something like that?
there's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking all day if I'd taken a picture of everything I found. So
You stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it, noted that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located
Same
it?
spot,
Exact same spot?
same brush.
Okay. And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it has been out there.
Yeah.
And in
ma'am.
this particular case, what was it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. You know, typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks, and it's pretty quick. Depending on how much sun there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It looked very fresh.
Okay. Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
Very old clothing, years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it was nothing pertinent. Things
Okay.
that were
Many
under
old
layers
coats?
of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris.
In that
Under-
general area, in that half-mile area that you were scanning?
Yes.
Once. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Just briefly, John. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging description that you were following?
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
Nothing further, Judge.
Now you're done.
Thank you.
At this time, Judge, people call Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke.
Good morning. You swear to tell tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Walk this way, just make sure you watch your step when you enter the witness box. And also, you can pull that microphone off the ledge if it's easier for you, or just lean into the seat.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke,
What do you do for a living, Sergeant?
a sergeant with the police department,
Which police department?
Detroit Police Department,
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
approximately 11 years.
And are you currently assigned to a specific precinct or unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I work at major crimes,
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at major crimes?
generally homicides.
And how long have you had that role, or have you been in major crimes?
I believe since 2016.
And do you do any specific role within major crimes that requires a little bit of training and education to do?
Yes,
And what is that?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Okay. And what sort of training, very generally right now, what is that?
What types of training?
No, sorry, new question. Generally, what is called forensic analysis of CDR and tower mapping?
I don't understand your question.
Okay.
What is-
Have you had any training to do that?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
I've had T-Mobile training. T-Mobile is the prevalent company here in the Metro Detroit area. I've had Excel training. Excel is the format that most of our call detail records come back to us in. I've had cell phone use and drug trafficking training, Penlink training. Penlink is the program that the Detroit Police Department utilizes. It basically puts the records in a readable format. I've had CATS training, which is an acronym for Call Analysis Training School. I've had Penlink training, PLX training, which is an upgraded form of Penlink. Approximately around 450 hours of specialized training in cellular analysis.
Okay, and that 450 hours in that training, does that allow you to utilize that to generate what you said earlier, tower maps based on your analysis of call detail records?
Yes.
Okay, and what are call detail records?
Historical records.
And does that allow you to place certain things based on cell towers on maps to give an approximate location of a particular phone number that's
Yes.
associated with the phone?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert before in this field?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
Over 35 times.
And has that been in Wayne County?
Yes.
And have you testified in 36 districts before?
36 and 3rd, both. Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Sergeant O'Rourke as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of call detail records and tower mapping.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, can you describe for the record, when you get call detail records, the process that you would go through to generate maps?
Yes. The OIC, or the officer in charge, would supply a search warrant for a particular target number. We would submit that to the respective cellular company, whether it's T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon. They will submit back to us in the form of raw records, usually in Excel format, the call detail records, and other various forms, subscribers, things like that.
And in terms of the call detail records, what is contained in that spreadsheet? What sort of information is contained within that spreadsheet?
It'll be dates, times, locations, the target number in question, any contact ID, who they're, having any type of activity with, whether it's a text message, a voice call, the duration. There's multiple things associated with the call.
And you
detail
talked
records.
about location. How are those
Yes.
locations generated and inputted into that spreadsheet?
So these records will supply an actual either latitude and longitude, or a location area code, or other location information for the cell tower that the, we're just gonna say cell phone in this case, cell phone interacts with.
Okay. And can you describe well, first, silly question, I know, but what is a cell tower? What do you mean by that?
It's the cell towers that you see all over the place. They can be, one of those huge mammoth things that you see. They've got a bunch of cells on there and antennas that you see, or it could be, really small and, but they're all over the place in the city.
And the records provide a indication of which tower it was, that phone number was interacting with at a specific time?
Yes.
And does that allow you to take that information and put it into a map or go through a process to generate that location on a map?
Yes, we actually receive the information and put it into a system called Penlink. And that information will, like I said before, will basically put it in a readable format. So the information that you receive today, that's what you're gonna look at.
Now let's talk about this case. Did you do that, follow your process based on your training for a target number of 313-585-8719?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and that was a T-Mobile record, correct?
It was.
And did you generate maps based on your training and experience using Penlink to map that phone number and that phone at specific times related to this case?
I did.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with people's proposed exhibits 33 through 39. If you could take a look at those, Sergeant, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And are those maps that you generated for that target number ending in 8719?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 33 through 39, Judge.
Any objection? No,
No objection.
they'll be admitted. People's exhibits 33 through 39.
Thank you, Judge. And permission to publish.
Yes.
And on the screen and in your hand is exhibit 33. First, I want to talk about what's at the top, very top of this, and what information goes there.
The first row is going to have what's going to be on our calls report, a condensed version. There's going to be a lot more in the actual calls report, but this is the information that exhibits what's in the map down below.
Okay.
So for row 1, which we only have one row in this instance, we're going to have the target device, which is the phone number, and the date, time that was requested. So in this case, it's going to be January 9th of 2024. And the time, which is in UTC time or military time, it's going to be 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. And then the duration, how long the activity lasted. You have a start lag and said that's actually your location information. And then the call type, in this case, it was a voice call. Call status, whether it was completed or not completed. The direction, incoming or outgoing. Did he make the phone call or did somebody call him? And then you have the contact ID, which is who the device was contacting or interacting with.
Okay, and that would have been the phone number that it was, that in this case that we're looking at, an outgoing call was placed to.
Yes.
So let's back up to the date, January 9th, 2024 that's what it says on exhibit 33, correct?
Yes.
How do you know to do that date in particular for this case?
So for all of these maps, this was requested by the officer in charge.
That information is supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay, do you know the details of other parts of this investigation, or are you just taking the information the OIC gives you?
I know the general information, but they asked for a specific date and time, and this is what we placed on the map.
Okay, and then moving over to the next row for time, it says 16:09 and 24 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So that's my next question. You said that that's in UTC time. Can you describe or tell us what UTC time is?
No, this time that you have here is in our time, Eastern Standard Time. UTC time is Universal Time Coordinated, and that's like on the world clock. So you're going to have a -4 or a -5. The raw records come back to us in Universal Time Coordinated, and then we turn around and put it in our time so that you can read it and know that what time it happened here.
And so just to be clear, the 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. is what time it
Eastern
was
Standard
in
Time.
Detroit
Yes.
where this phone was at 4:09 on January 9th.
Yes.
And that's a conversion that you have to do based on whether it's -4 or -5.
Yes.
What does that depend on, -4 or -5?
It's the UTC time, Universal Time Coordinated. So it's on the world clock. So our Eastern Standard Time will change, fall back or spring forward based on the summer and the winter. And so during the summertime, it's going to be -4 from UTC time. And then during the wintertime, it's going to be -5. So we just put it in so that the time that you have here is Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then the 2 rows over, one next to duration, start, lack/CID. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that information means and why it's important?
So that's going to be your location information. Your LAC is location area code, and then the SID or CID is your cell ID.
Okay. And that is what allows you to generate, or part of what allows you to generate the map that we see below?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the map that we see below. First, you have those 2 lines going out in almost a incomplete triangle. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what's in the middle?
Yes. So the middle part, you're actually looking at a V, and it's going to be about a mile long here in the Metro Detroit area. The cell coverage that you're looking at for any particular tower is usually about a mile. So that V is a representation of the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. And then there's a little pie chart in the middle in a little shade. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, that is the intended area
Okay,
coverage.
so that's the mile that you were talking about.
Yes.
And then you have a blue dot located to just above the top line there. Can you tell us what that is indicating?
That blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and that was requested to be placed on the map at this particular date and time.
Okay. And so what essentially is your conclusion about this map that we're looking at here? What does all of this mean?
In this particular date and time, so January 9th at around 4:09 p.m., the target device that we're looking at ending in 8719 is consistent with being in the area of the 9,000 Connor.
And how precise is this location? I mean, you say in the area, there's no specific spot that you can say this was at this address. How precise can you get with this?
So we can only tell you what the address and location of the cell tower and their intended coverage. They actually give you that. So you're working with radio frequencies. So it's not going to be an exact V that you see here. You're going to be working with radio waves. So it can be a little bit outside of the V or a little bit inside of the V, but basically this is just to demonstrate, the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. Going now to Exhibit 34, which is on the screen. First, is this the same information that we saw in Exhibit 33 across the top of the map in Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 4 rows here instead of 1. Why do you have 4 rows instead of 1 in this map?
In this instance, the officer in charge requested to see a travel duration. So during the time between, I have 1838 and 1922, there are actually others in between, which you can actually see in the raw record. But to put that many records that happened in between is a lot. So basically we are showing the travel from, the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and then the black dot indicates Ypsilanti. And they wanted to depict the travel from 9,000 Connor down to Ypsilanti during this time period.
And the first time period that you have for row number 1 is 1838 and 16 seconds.
Yes.
So that would be 6:38 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a corresponding number on the map that relates to each row?
Yes, on row, you can actually see the row column. So number 1 is going to coincide with number 1, which is just leaving the 9,000 Connor area. And then you see on row number 2, it's depicted on the map as number 2. And it's traveling down 94 west. And then number 3 coincides with line number 3, and then 4 and so on.
Okay. And so your conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, would be that for number 4, at around 19:22 and 33 seconds, that phone was in the area of Ypsilanti.
Just west of it.
Just west of
yes.
it?
I believe there's a little town there, but yes.
And 19:23, that would be 7:22 p.m., correct?
Yep.
Going to exhibit 35. And on exhibit 35, which is on the screen now, you have, again, 4 rows, but there's different coloring for that information. Can you describe what we're looking at and what the coloring means?
Yes, so the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, again, and the purple dot indicates 13362 Wilshire. And those are the 2 locations that the officer in charge requested to be placed on the map. And they wanted to show that this device was in the area of either of these locations and at what time.
Okay, and so can you tell us about the lines closer to the 9,000 Connor location and what ones those correspond to in your records up top there?
So this is an RTT report or a time in advance report. And the row number 1 and 2, which one is a dark blue line, and the other is a light blue line, all indicate approximately around the area of 9,000 Connor during the time of 2028 and 2042, which is 8:28 p.m. and 8:42 p.m.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that this phone was in the area of 9,000 Connor at those times on January 9th?
It's consistent with being around the area.
Okay. And then the other 2, the purple and pink lines, can you tell us about those?
So there's a dark purple and a light purple, and that's around the area of 13362 Wilshire. And those are times of 2048 or 8:48 p.m. and then 2059 or 8:59 p.m. So the RTT information has moved from around 9,000 Connor to 13362 Wilshire during that particular time.
And so does that indicate that the phone was traveling towards the direction of the Wilshire address?
It could have been.
And you said RTT. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
RTT is a real-time tool or time in advance. Basically, it's a report that T-Mobile will send out, and it's historical location information. It's not necessarily based off of any type of activity. So you're not going to have phone calls during this time. It's not going to be text messages or as long as the phone is on and the cell tower basically, or the base is able to get in contact with the device and back. So basically it's a time that it takes for a base station to send out a signal and then have it received back from the device.
Is it fair to say that that's more of a passive interaction between the phone? There's no input on the phone that's required for this?
There's no input required at all. There's not, any type of cellular activity at that time. It's basically for, efficiency and performance by the network.
Going to exhibit 36 now, which is on the screen. On that first page, you have 8 lines. Can you tell us the reason you have 8 lines and what they're indicating?
Number 36 is a cause report and tower map of the date and time of January 9th from 22:53 or 10:53 p.m. to January 10th of 2024 at 1:11 a.m.
Okay, and so that's the time you're analyzing here is from closer to midnight on the 9th going into the next morning, early morning on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right, and going to the second page of this exhibit. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this map on the second page of exhibit 36?
In this map, we're looking at rows 1, 2, and 3. So the red dot that you have right there smack dab in the middle indicates 2000 Harper, which is the Park Crest Motel. And then the next slide has a different address associated with it. But what we're looking at right here is the 2000 Harbor Park Crest
Okay.
Motel.
And is that in Harper Woods? If you know,
That I don't know.
that highway that it's just off of, that's 94 highway, correct?
Yes.
Oh. And the two towers or the two lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes. You see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage, and then you have the light towers the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Park Crest Motel.
Okay. And the phone was interacting with both those towers at, go up for a second. 12:37 in the morning on the 10th?
Between 10:53 and 12:37 a.m.
And then going to the third page of this map, what are we looking at here on the third page and what rows do they correspond to?
This third page is going to have a purple dot that indicates 4 East Alexandrine, and that is another location that was significant for the officer in charge to place on the map.
And sorry, maybe I missed you saying this, what rows does it correspond to on this map?
And that corresponds with the purple row. So each color represents the call detail records, the color on the call detail record report. So that's going to be row number 8 at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th of January.
And this is all for that target number ending in 8917, correct?
8719.
8719, sorry, thank you. All for the same number.
Yeah, all of these reports are the
Okay.
same number.
And does that indicate to you that the phone moved from that Park Crest location down to where this is on Alexandrine?
Yes.
And then the last page of this exhibit, is this just an overview of both of those maps that we just looked at?
Yes, it is. So you'll see in the beginning, or I'm sorry, at the end of the 9th at around 10:53, it's up at the Park Crest Motel up there on the northeast side. And then it travels down at around 1:11 in the morning on the 10th down to the purple area.
And that's the Alexandrine.
It
address.
is.
Okay. Going now to exhibit 37, which is on the screen. And do you have that there?
I do.
First, can you tell us again what we're looking at in the 3 rows on the first page of this exhibit?
So this is a time in advance report. You've got the row, the target, the day, and these are all in the color black and on the map for the second page. And basically it's showing on January 10th, 2024 from 22:51, which is 10:51 p.m. to 22:53 or 10:53 p.m.
So
on the
later,
10th,
later in the day on the 10th.
on the second day, yes.
Okay, and so we moved almost 24 hours, about 20 hours up from the last map, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to the second page. And where is this phone interacting with on, at the times that you just said, later in the day on the 10th?
The information received from the cell phone company is right around Greenfield and 7 Mile.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
And going now to exhibit 38. We're looking at a lot more rows on exhibit 38. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the time period right after we were looking at 7 Mile and Greenfield. That time was all the way up until 22:53. So here we have from 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m. to 23:59, 11:59 p.m. And this is all on the same night of the 10th.
Okay. And this is so just about 40 minutes after the previous map, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And was there any information in the records, if you know, between those two times, that 40-minute gap there?
They gave us a time in advance records.
Okay. And going to the second page of this, on the map here, first, can you tell us what that red dot indicates on this map?
So that red dot indicates 7 Mile and Berg.
And in terms of the circles around that, what do those represent?
The time in advance distance from the cell tower. So that's all going to be around 7 Mile and Berg area.
And is it fair to say then that this phone was interacting with those towers at the times you indicated around the 7 Mile and Berg area?
Yes.
And can you go back up to the first page? Thank you. Sorry. In row 1, what is the time there?
Row 1 is going to be on January 10th of 2024, 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m.
And then the last row, what is the time on the last row?
January 10th of 2024 at 23:59. And that was just because the officer had asked for just that day. It actually indicates that it stays there for a little bit more in the morning.
Okay, how much more in the morning if you know?
We actually have it on the next exhibit.
Oh, perfect. And so that phone on this exhibit was there from 11:40 to, at the very least, midnight almost on the 10th, correct?
The time advance records, yes.
And again, this is timing in advance. This is the passive interaction, no input from the phone or the user, correct?
Yes, no calls, no text, no nothing. This is just the signals that the base station is getting to the device.
And going to exhibit 39. And can you tell us what we're looking at on the first page of 39?
So this is going to be essentially a combination of the last two exhibits that we just saw. So this is going to be from January 10th of 2024 at 9:49 p.m. or 21:49 to January 11th of 2024, the next day or the next morning at 1:34 a.m.
Okay. And going to the second page of this exhibit now. First, on the far left side of the screen, what area is that again that we're looking at?
On the far left of the screen is going to be the red dot indicating 7 Mile and Berg.
And that's the same area that we saw in the last exhibit in 38, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of what rows correspond to that one, how long was that phone there in that area into the next morning on the 11th?
You have, let me see. Okay, so starting with row 1, it's down in the purple area, bottom right-hand screen. You see that the purple dot indicates 4 East Alexandria, which we looked at a map from earlier. And then it goes to it's actually still there around the area of 4 Alexandrine, which is the purple on line 2. Then you see it start to traveling up to number 3, which is in the light blue area, which is in the middle one, just above the dark red. And then you see it show to the dark blue after the light blue, which is going to be still traveling north. And then that 7 Mile in Greenfield, which is that blue dot, and then going over to the 7 Mile in Berg.
And the 7 Mile in Greenfield, we looked at that one, I believe it was
We
exhibit
did.
36.
Yes.
And so where does the phone end up and at what time is the last entry for the 7 Mile in Berg area?
So the 7 Mile in Berg area is at 134.13, number 8. And then you see that big kind of curved line, that's actually going to be line number 9. And that's when the device is essentially, moving away from the location.
Okay. And so that phone then was there in that area of 7 Mile in Berg from about 12:40 to 1:34?
12:40 with,
Sorry, 11:40.
11, yeah. Yes, 11:40 p.m. to around 1:34 a.m. on
And-
the 11th.
And on the 11th at 1:34 a.m., it starts to move away, which is row number 9 on your first page there.
Yes.
Oh. And you had mentioned earlier that part of the search warrant return from T-Mobile includes subscriber information, correct?
Yes,
And did you get the subscriber information for this phone, target phone number that we've been talking about?
yes.
And do you remember what the name associated with this account was?
One of the subscribers didn't show any information. The other subscriber had, it was spelled wrong. It's like Jaris.
And what was the last name?
Butts.
Butts?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Can you go back to the exhibit that we were talking about for the Park Crest Motel?
Yes.
I
Yes.
believe that's exhibit 36, correct?
Yes.
And what's the address for the Park Crest Motel that's listed on there?
20,000 Harper.
Maybe I misheard you. I think you said 2,000 earlier. I just wanted to.
Oh, I apologize. It's 20,000.
20,000 Harper? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
I have one question. Back on exhibit 38, the last one was 7 Mile and Bird over the top left corner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I guess this one works.
This is 38.
This is 38?
Did you make 39?
Yes. 39. So there's an image of a house in the bottom right in purple. You have blue is the car. The left in the 7 Mile and Bird is shoes. What does that indicate? Or footprints?
I believe there was possibly some evidence there. That's
Okay, I
why,
didn't know what the different images, if it was significant.
you know,
Thank you. I don't know if you have questions based off of what I asked.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Unless, may I have one more? Nothing further.
Okay, cross.
Good morning, Sergeant O'Rourke.
good morning.
You're an expert on this. I'm not. So I just want to go through some things, okay?
No problem.
So the cell phone data you have, you call it historical data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there are 3 ways that you can find phone location, correct?
There's a lot of different ways you can find phone location.
Sure, fair enough. But the 3 primary GPS information from the phone, right? The phone has a GPS and you can get GPS information from the phone.
That's not what we deal with.
Right, but I'm just saying that is a way of
That could
locating
be
the
a way.
phone. And you can triangulate a phone call, correct?
We don't do triangulation. So the
Okay.
mapping that you're looking is not triangulation.
So what you're doing is what's called cell site location information?
No, we're doing, the calls report, they actually give you a physical Latin long for the tower. They also give you the azimuth, which is the central location of the area coverage.
It's called a
So we're
CDR.
actually putting all the information that they give to us and putting it on a map.
Right, it's called a CDR, correct?
Call detail records.
Call
yes.
detail record, okay. So the call detail record is basically a bunch of numbers that tell you this phone is communicating with a tower in a certain area, correct?
Yes,
And from that, you come up with the cell site location information, correct?
no, they give you the cell site location information. That's the Latin long of the cell tower. They give you that.
Who gives you that?
The cell phone company, that's the call detail records.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this is all historical information
Yes,
and it's an interpretation, so it's not 100% accurate, correct?
when you say 100% accurate, the cell towers are the Latin long, there's no interpretation there. If you're talking about the intended area coverage,
Right.
Okay, the intended area coverage, they give you an azimuth, okay? And then that intended area coverage is generally around 66 or so degrees area coverage.
Okay, so the cell phone, the information you get is the phone connecting with a tower, sending information that tells you this is the location of the phone.
For call detail records, they give you the tower, lat and long, the actual address of the tower. They also supply the intended area coverage, which is the beam width of how, how far or how big the intended area coverage is, along with the azimuth, which is why we do it in the shape of a V. So they're giving you the V-shaped and the azimuth, the smack dab in the middle. So they're telling us that's the intended area coverage.
That is the intended area.
Yes.
Okay. And Sergeant, it's true that the cell phone is going to get a signal from the tower that it gets the strongest signal from, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the closest, correct?
No, it doesn't have to be the closest.
Okay, and there are factors that will affect which tower or what sends out the strongest signal, correct?
Yes, there could be factors.
Okay. Things like the distance from the tower, obviously. The height of the tower, would that affect it?
What normally affect, I mean, it could, but what normally is going to affect anything regarding, connection to a tower has to be weather, tall buildings. If you have a huge event where there's a ton of people trying to get on it, like, Ford Field or Comerica, those are the types of things that can determine where the strongest tower is going to be. However, here in the Metro Detroit area, it's still going to be approximately a mile because we have so many towers that they can connect to. So you're not going to get one, that's 20 miles away. It's still going to be within a mile radius.
Okay. And I think you've already answered that. Now, isn't it also true that the tower isn't actually owned by the cell phone company? Generally?
So they can lease it out, but you have the person that actually makes it, and then you have, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. They can all utilize any of the towers that you see here.
Right. So your information is from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes.
And from that very same tower, let's say AT&T could have phone calls coming in, correct?
Possible.
So there's no way to tell how many phone calls AT&T has from the closest tower, correct? At the same time as T-Mobile.
They're not going to be on the same network.
They're not going to be in the same, but
No,
they're
so you
using the
have
same
the-
tower.
You have the cellular network, but you have AT&T that is going to utilize some towers. You have T-Mobile that's going to utilize some. You have Verizon that's going to utilize some. Some lease them out to other people, but I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter how many users are utilizing the tower, it just matters whether or not they're on the same bandwidth?
You have a SIM card that goes into each and every single phone. So, and that's on their network. So you're not going to get onto an AT&T network from a T-Mobile phone or vice versa. That's how they do their billing. That's how they, ensure that they have all the information that you receive is accurate. You're not going to have an AT&T phone,
That's not my question. My question is, can a single tower be utilized by multiple companies at the same time?
it could, yes.
Would that weaken that signal, the capacity of that tower?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know how big this tower is, any specific tower. That's something you would have to ask the cell phone company.
Okay. And it's also true that a cell phone can attach to a tower up to 20 miles away, correct?
So it could in, let's just say, Alaska or, rural areas in Colorado in the mountains where you don't have that many people. And so they have bigger towers that, go further distances because they're not servicing as many people as you would, let's say, in Detroit. In Detroit, we have so many towers here that they're not going to utilize something that's 20 miles away and skip over, the hundreds of towers that you have right here. that's not gonna, I'm not gonna say never, but that doesn't generally happen here in Detroit. I haven't seen one at least.
Okay. And there's generally overlap, and I think even one of the slides you had, there's overlap in these towers, correct?
When you say overlap,
Meaning that a single area can be covered by multiple towers.
that's generally how it is. You have one tower. I mean, even in the ones that we were looking at, you have one tower with multiple cells on there. So this is for T-Mobile or any company to make sure that they have coverage, that you don't lose your service. You could have one cell facing this way, then here, then here, then here, then here. They're all going to overlap to ensure that the person has coverage, that they don't drop their service. So yes, you've had overlapping.
So basically, the data you said that you use a program called Penlink. What exactly is Penlink?
Penlink is a program that we're able to receive the call detail records, input it, and basically it just puts it in a readable format. So for example, all of the calls reports that you see come in Universal Time Coordinated or UTC time. Penlink will make the time adjustments so that we'll have it in Eastern Standard Time versus having everything that you see and you have to do it in your head, -4 on each or -5 on each of these lines.
So all Penlink does is convert the time. It doesn't.
It does a whole bunch of other stuff too. We can do many different reports. You can do a call frequency report, see how many times that a specific calls report, called a specific person. There's a lot of different things that you can do. We can do tower dumps on them. There's multiple things that Penlink can do, but basically they're able to give us reports in a readable format that you would be able to understand versus looking at just raw records.
Okay. So you get raw records from the phone company, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if there's any error in the records that you get or in the data that you receive from the company?
Do I know if there's any errors
Right.
in the raw records?
Right.
I would have nothing to compare it to. That's the information that they give us.
Okay. So you don't know if the information that you receive is 100% accurate,
Well, that
correct?
information is certified by the cell phone company.
So we're in the Detroit area, and this is just hypothetical. We're in the Detroit area, right? We're across the border from Canada, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gotten a message from Detroit that says you are roaming in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not in Canada, right?
Correct.
So that would be an error, right?
Yes.
So the cell phone can make an error, right?
That's not an error. They ask you if you want to utilize those towers and they charge you for it. You either say yes or no. And if you connect to them, you're being charged for that. And they notify you in call detail records when you're out of utilizing international, or Canadian towers.
Okay. You also mentioned that there were multiple subscribers on this phone.
Yes.
So there was more than one phone?
No. So you had the information from, I believe it was Sprint, who merged with T-Mobile.
Okay.
So now it's T-Mobile. But we received, I believe it was the Sprint subscriber information and the T-Mobile subscriber information.
Okay. So there's not, so when you said multiple subscribers, you did not mean multiple phones.
Multiple subscriber reports. There's not multiple phones, it's just one phone.
Okay. And then, of course, you obviously can't say who was using the phone or who was with the phone at the time this phone
No.
was being tracked, correct? Yeah, I have no further.
You redirect.
Very briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Reagan's asked you about the timing. And you mentioned UTC time. Just to be clear, all of the times that we looked at in the exhibits are in Eastern Standard Time, so local time.
Yes.
Oh. And you mentioned something earlier, azimuth.
Yes.
First, can you spell that? For the court.
AZMIUTH.
Okay. And what is that?
It's just the center of the width of the. Basically, it's going to be the center of the width of the triangle that you're
Okay, or
looking
the
at.
V shape.
Yes, the V shape.
And that has to do with the intended area coverage, correct?
Correct.
And you said that, well, Mr. Reagan's asked you about connecting to a tower 20 miles away. You remember that question?
Yes.
You said you had never seen that in Detroit, correct?
Not in Detroit.
Okay. How many times have you done this analysis? How many times have you put these maps together for different cases?
Since 2016.
And is that like in the thousands then, or less than that?
Oh, yes.
More than 1,000?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that's all been for the Detroit area or Metro Detroit area? For
Yes.
the most part?
The Metro Detroit area, yes.
And Sergeant, does the subscriber information that is received have a physical address associated with it?
That I don't know. You would have to actually look at the subscriber information.
Okay, would that refresh your memory as to
Yes.
this case? May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with the subscriber information. If you can just take that. Does that refresh your memory as to whether a physical address was associated with these CDRs or call detail records?
Yes.
And what was that address associated with the target phone in this case?
13362 Wilshire Drive.
I have another very interesting.
Okay, you are done testifying. Thank you. Ms. Murphy, are you doing the next witness? You don't want a 10-minute break?
Yeah, Judge.
Let's do it. Make it 15. We'll come back at 11:55. You okay? And use 3 and 2. Yes. You don't want to?
Donuts?
Yeah. We spend a lot of time together. I forget what we've done.
Wow. I mean, I don't think I can turn down a donut.
Ever turned down?
Yeah, that's just not me. It's not a me to turn them down.
I typically don't. It is some glaze. Good afternoon. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. walk this way.
Watch yourself.
Yes, watch your step. Take your time, get up the stairs. And once you get situated, that microphone, the one with the white cap on it,
Yes, ma'am.
you can pull that whole microphone and put it in your lap, or just make sure you're speaking to it when you testify, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Leave that up. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024. At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently, on 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes,
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
But I still had it like this. I
And,
never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
and for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3 inches apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then
Yes.
after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID that you found?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Proposed 40.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid I
the
said.
lid that you
Yes,
put it
sir.
in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you. You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over
Okay, so that puts you in February
when I initially saw
when
it.
you initially
Yes.
saw it. Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it?
Mhm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk,
No, it was in the grass,
in the grass?
face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes,
So there's like usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk,
yes,
and there's like a patch of grass there.
yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or,
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
From St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few steps?
Steps, yes, a few steps.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in a patch of grass next to the sidewalk,
Yes,
and you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
No, I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, but I don't think that
How
calls
does
for
she know
speculation.
how long it's been there? She can only
Can you
testify.
stand up to the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is how can she testify to how long it could have been there prior? She can only testify to what she knows, and she testified that she knows it's been there for 2.5 weeks.
Did you see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry.
Did you see it being
No,
placed on
ma'am.
the grass? Oh,
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to sustain objection, because she put it on her plate, she didn't see it dropped.
So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly, yes. They
There-
took me, excuse me, they took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found it.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as people's proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes,
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 62
No objection.
Will it be a minute?
and permission to publish since I don't have a hard copy right now.
Yes.
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture. And then can we leave it up,
Go ahead.
please?
Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that or that white building that's in the?
No, that's a person's house right there.
Okay,
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay, and so, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Smith, you are done testifying.
Thank you. You have with that.
Please watch your.
Judge, at this time, we would call Detective Jason Mays.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Jason Mays,
And how are you employed?
with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as in the city of Detroit?
A little over 21 years.
Is there a specific unit that you're assigned to?
Homicide.
And I'm going to take you back to February 15th of 2024. Were you working that day?
I was
Okay. When you're working alone or with a partner?
with a partner,
And who's your partner?
Detective Lisa Johnson.
And what is it that you were assigned to do that day?
I was tasked with interviewing the individual.
And do you remember the name of the individual that you were supposed to interview?
Yes,
Who was that?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point to them and tell me the color of the clothing that they're wearing?
The gentleman sitting behind the fence with the green shirt on, the mask.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And where did this interview take place?
Detroit Police Department headquarters.
And who was all there in the interview?
Myself, Detective Johnson, and the defendant.
Okay. And how was it that Mr. Butts was there?
He was brought there by officers, I believe.
And was Mr. Butts in custody for your purposes at that time?
No,
Was he in custody for other purposes at that time?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes,
Did you ask Mr. Butts if he would talk to you?
I did.
All right. Did you offer him any food or drink, anything like that?
No,
Did you ask if he knew or understood English?
don't recall that. No,
Okay.
but by speaking with him, I knew he understood English.
Did you ask him like his education level, things like that?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ask if he was under the influence of any narcotics or alcohol?
yes,
And did you advise him of his rights at that time?
I did.
Okay. And did you use anything to assist in providing him with his constitutional rights?
Yes, the constitutional right form. I also recited it to him verbally.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Penny Goods Marcus People's proposed exhibit 20. And explain what it is I just handed you.
Certificate of notification of constitutional rights.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the constitutional rights that you provided Mr. Butts on February 15th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 20.
No objection.
It'll be a minute as People's Exhibit 20.
Thank you, Judge. And on this sheet, did Mr. Butts reflect that he understood and acknowledged his rights at that time?
Yes,
And how is it that he did that?
by attaching his signature and indictment.
Okay. And who all signs this form?
Myself as a witness and also anyone that's in the room.
Did Mr. Butts exhibit anything to you as an experienced officer with 21 years that would make you believe that him talking to you wasn't voluntary?
No,
And did he agree to speak with you?
he did.
About how long did you guys talk for, if you recall?
I would say the interview may have been a total, maybe a couple hours, 2 hours.
And were there any breaks in between that time?
Yes,
And was this interview recorded in any way?
yes.
How was it recorded?
Audio and visual in the interview room.
And I showed you previously in a video of the interview that took place. Do you remember me showing you that?
Yes,
Okay. And when I showed that to you, was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that you took with Mr. Butts back on February 15th, 2024?
yes.
And John, I'd move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 21.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 21.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish? I'm not going to play the whole video. It's rather lengthy, but there are parts that I did want to play.
Okay.
Now, first, detective, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Butts give you a phone number that he used?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what phone number it is that he gave you?
I would have to review my report, but I believe it's 313-585, something or other.
Okay, would reviewing your report refresh your memory?
It would.
Do you have your copy or?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Okay.
It's 313-585-8719.
Now I want to jump to 1 hour and 46 seconds and 1 hour, 46 minutes and 56 seconds. I'm going to play at 1 hour, 46 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, whoever you deal with, right? No, okay. They know about each other. They know, you got them together, they know what's going on together, but they know about each other. Okay.
So, first I'm gonna ask you that, I wouldn't ask you no questions I wouldn't have answers to, so I'm just trying to understand something. So, this right here is a brief synopsis of, Zaza's interaction with you, each phone number that you had since 2019. And so right here on the day that I'm concerned with, this is
Don't forget to be there for. Yeah, that was what she said that I was supposed to pick them up that day. But I never responded.
Yeah.
Well,
So then, the next one, she responded.
if you send a message.
It's hard to delete my number.
No, I don't, like I said,
Hold on. Before you explain this, put the times in back to back. And we in school, and then right here, tells you to respond, okay, that's received.
I did receive it.
So, and you said, okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
So, like I said, those are the numbers they were sending me.
And pausing at 1 hour, 48 minutes and 7 seconds. I want to go backwards in time. to 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 49 seconds.
So, okay, so yeah, that's what we saw. Okay, all right, so your original date was what was your original date?
November the 20th, the day before my birthday of last year.
That's when it happened?
Oh, no, when the case happened?
No, when did you supposed to get sentenced? Because we got 2 days. We got
Yeah,
January.
so what happened was, I was supposed to get sentenced last year, the day before my birthday.
Hmm.
Went to court, whatever the case may be, they adjourned it to January the 9th.
That's the day we had.
Right, so I had a legal issue pending, and I asked to get it extended before I could take care of my legal issue.
Hmm.
That was January the 25th.
Hmm.
So after that, then they scheduled it for February 7th.
To go.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm pausing at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. And moving to. One hour, 15 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Alright, so what's your relationship with on the day to day? Like, are y'all having any interactions? Is just y'all got
So,
like these relationship?
yeah, we kind of in this whole, and I also get her and my daughter from time to time. Tonight,
Facebook.
J.A. Hospital. And I, Reyes, Butts,
Go ahead. How old are you?
16.
Like, you know, 16? Okay.
No, 16.
I thought you said, you okay. 10, okay. Go ahead.
So I get her from time to time. I do cleanups.
Okay.
Sometimes I see what's going on. I work at my old job. Frank says to have them come and clean up my office and my bathroom and stuff like pretty much twice a month, give or take.
Okay. And where's Frank's at?
That's each morning.
Did you pay him?
And pausing at 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 3 seconds. And I'm starting at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 1 second.
That's your password to it, huh?
That's the face.
It's a face recognition. So you went and use your face, you have a pen, what's that?
04
04
1925.
1925. Okay, so if I need to know the last time you talked with her, okay, right? All right, so would you be willing to give me consent to do that real quick? Thank you. What type of phone do you have? iPhone?
Yeah, and that's what happened. You looked at me like, what kind of?
Zero.
J-I-P-I-S.
Yeah, it was fine, man.
We have a Jarvis, we work with.
Yeah, I work with a diverse.
We keep trying to spell his name.
Alright, so, iPhone, what color is it?
Glass.
Okay, the last you said is 11. And then your phone, 313-585-8719. password is 041925.
When the last time you used that phone? Right before I got back. Okay. Matter of fact, the morning before I turned myself in. Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on? I turned it off. It's still on, Ms. Rice, company-wise. Company-wise, right, okay. Where did you leave the phone? It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me, she brought me. Wait, I can understand. Yeah. Oh, I heard you say baby mama, 13 kids, fiance. You live with who do you live with? That's the fiance. And you got a girlfriend. Okay, player. You want to define hobbies? Okay. I actually used it before I went to sentencing. Okay, so she had her phone. From my understanding, the police had my phone. Now, who did they get it from? Her. We asked because we don't know this background. From my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house. Okay.
Why they raiding her house?
I don't know, that's the same thing. But she had the phone. But the phone was in her possession. Okay.
So,
And that's where you left it, and you got locked in my jacket in the car. Okay.
what type of car? What color?
And
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
is that your car or her car? Oh, okay.
Pausing at 1 hour, 24 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 16 seconds.
To the sex and every case may be. And I know she's getting older, so she's into certain things, like I come up, she had fingernails and shit on. And I know grandma wasn't.
So why did it not give it to her?
Earned it.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So Valerie is a mentor like that. So you mentor her. Would you talk to her, them about anything?
Depending on, certain other things, I would actually have to school these, I've been serious, like I say, I've been got too much into family business. And, like I said, everything that you have to do, you have to earn it. You know what I mean? So if you want something, earn it. And you appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So I used to just give it to them, they would take advantage. And every time I put and there's a lot of kids out there, so I can't keep giving. Yeah, not everybody $5, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you had asked for it and or she asked for it and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for you. If I have something for you to do, I'll call and let you know. Every time they come in, $25 a piece, depending on.
Okay. So, ask you about this area real quick.
Confirm that, hold on. Make sure we talk about the same person.
What's her girlfriend name?
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where? Does she look like that last time you saw her? What she look like the last time you saw her?
Yeah. Long braids.
Any color in braids?
Matter of fact, she's been there the last time I saw her.
Okay.
So it wasn't even done, so I don't even know what it was. But you talking about back and forth between the house? Last time was very basic. So she wasn't back and forth.
That ain't that. The last time I seen her, she was with her hair. Yes, she was. She was back and forth. No street. And we stayed next door. So she was going back and forth, we came next door, they were in the basement at the grandmother's house in their hair.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 6 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 34 seconds.
Not that I don't remember, like I said, not that I can recall. But if it being my fault, I'm over there quiet.
Okay, so, yeah, he was in the house. We're downstairs.
No, I'm just trying to find about this stuff.
Okay, so, when I was asking you about you had any contact or text message or anything with, Valerie, you mentioned business, you don't have any contact with like that at all? It was, you can't think of the last time you talked to her?
Top of my head was.
Okay. Were you supposed to meet her anywhere? No,
Not at all.
not at all.
Not at all.
So if,
Pausing at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 50 minutes and 44 seconds.
girls are in my girls' affairs and things like that. So, not accusing you, nothing, but some of the stuff, we can't just,
So,
I gotta ask you. So I can do a lot. So where, so can you kind of help me out, like, what went on this day, or point me in the right direction? I'm not saying, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is what's going, what happened, like,
I can't tell you.
why would she be texting me that if he wasn't, I wasn't moving, so he's
I'm
moving.
supposed to be at the house.
It's okay, I mean,
At that road, her and my brother.
so that's
I
not.
was supposed to pick them up at that house, at that grandmother's house on Bedford. Okay, from time to time, I had Joshua, and I did tell them that they moved to the location she had put at my grandma's house. Yeah, we're supposed to do that because they got out of school whatever time. I was waiting on my daughter to get out of school. I don't pick them, I don't pick one of them out. Bottom line. I don't pick one of them out.
It wasn't.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 54 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, did she ever confide in you about like academic struggles with, with girls and boys?
I don't know about the situation she had with two girls. Supposing that I'm doing something like that, I'm not sure anything about that situation. I'm still very glad I can't do this. I'm very glad I got it.
So why did you say this? Why would she let you know someone?
So what are you talking about, man? She was talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, they call from different numbers. The IT, this text now shit.
So right. So so I can get your number.
I don't know why she was saying my number though. Because anything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. When they call me from text now numbers and all that bullshit. So I'm assuming that she was seeing what she said. Like I said, I don't have no reason I had nothing else. My phone is what it is, everything is in my phone. Y'all have possession of my phone. Take a look at it, go through it. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know why she said it was my number.
So you're saying that you didn't need a right?
I promise to Jesus, I didn't even promise
to Jesus.
Like I said, she sent me a text message. I was supposed to pick them up. We never had a chance to get anything because
What are you doing this night?
I know that we were going to stop next time.
On the night?
Yeah, we were going to stop. I don't know what it is.
I'm pausing at 1 hour, 54 minutes and 42 seconds. Now I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes and 53 seconds.
Did you tell them or anybody? She was just, listen.
I told my child's mother that I had, that she had texted me.
That,
Yes.
to
Yeah. So then she had texted me and I asked what number was this. She was like, I don't know. I gave her the number. She said she didn't know what number that was.
so you see the daughter had correspondence the day before, on the 8th?
Yeah, from the same number. What does it say?
So,
It said, what do you know?
right, that's you.
That was usually what I'm doing?
She's saying that, she asked me, you was at work, and you responded, what you doing?
Yeah, what do you do?
So, y'all have back and forth conversation.
Like that. And like I said, they called me when I had jobs. And I told you when they had my hat.
But I just, the way that the unit is coming in, I'm just trying to understand you.
So I can tell you.
No, you wait. Listen, again, at the beginning of the conversation, you asked, did you ever speak with her on the phone or text message? And you said that you either speak with the grandmother or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me and tag me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
But here, we had a back and forth conversation going on.
Okay, what is the conversation?
And this is
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 58 minutes and 23 seconds. Detective, it's fair to say that those were just clips of this interview.
correct.
And your conversation with Mr. Butts continued on into other kind of topics too.
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Butts say the last time that he saw Naziah before she went missing?
Yes, he stated to me that he had last seen her at the end of December or early January sometime at the grandmother's house in New York.
Okay. And did he say anything about knowing where Naziah's bus stop was?
Yes,
Okay. What did he say about that?
he said that the bus stop was a 3-mile drive in Cornwall.
And when you guys are talking, and you mentioned the name Zaza, who is he referring to as Zaza?
The decedent, he's talking about Isaiah.
And you were showing Mr. Butts some text messages. What were the messages that you were showing him? Where were they from?
From his cell phone data, or I got that information from the officer in charge of the case. I don't know exactly where it was extracted from. I would have to review a document.
Okay. Were they from like a cell phone provider? Were they from an app, something like that?
I believe they were from an app.
Okay. And was it your understanding that those were messages between Mr. Butts, the defendant, and Naziah Harris?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the photo that you showed Mr. Butts, where he identified Naziah Harris, I want to show you people's argument exhibit 12. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Is this similar to the photo that you showed Mr. Butts in your interview?
Yes.
What's the only difference, if there is any?
It appears to be the same. I feel like my picture was zoomed in a little bit.
Okay, so it's just a smaller version. Was yours in color also?
Yes.
All right, and is this the one where he identified as Ms. I. Harris?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
So before they go into the cross-examination, just to kind of recap what we have heard so far, or could barely hear, right? So the first thing that stands out to me is that I don't understand why Mr. Butts didn't have no attorney in there. Like, if anybody knows what they have done, I mean, he knows better than anybody else, right? And he knows that they have his phone. They know these things about him. He knows what's in his phone, right? That we gonna actually get to hear about, which is really concerning. Like, why don't you have an attorney in there whenever you're talking to somebody? And especially when you know you did something wrong, right? I just don't understand this, you know. You already behind. I mean, it's not like you're trying to talk yourself out of being behind bars, because he was behind bars for something else, right? So I just that's the first thing that stands out to me. Now, when we looking at this timeline, and y'all notice that there was a big gap, like this lady had been walking past this ID for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks before she picked it up. I mean, thank goodness she picked it up and turned it in, but it goes back to the whole problem with this investigation in this case. The last day that she was actually seen was on January 9th, 2024. Grandma and oh, she just didn't come home from school. She may have ran away, you know, whatever they were thinking. They decided not to report her until January 10th. So they go report her to the school as missing. The school police. Now, I don't know how much authority the school police has, but the school police took it up under investigation, and they went and found some camera footage and things of that nature. But there was never a missing persons report. That wasn't reported to Detroit Police Department until like February. So I'm just trying to figure out, why did they think they can handle this case, this missing persons report? So I think that a lot of things, as far as evidence and things like that, have been like neglectfully, I want to choose my words appropriately. Like, I don't think that they were, this investigation could have been done a lot better. Right? Because as soon as grandma reported her to the school, I don't know why they went to the school. I would have been calling the police department, but that's neither here nor there. Why didn't the school call the police department to get those extra feet on the ground? Then we had this border patrol officer who actually sees, he's on a whole nother duty, and he just actually stumbles across these items, right? And he doesn't collect them. We heard from the person that collected them yesterday, and this is all because of the delay in regards to actually reporting her missing. So now we're into this investigation, and yeah, so many. And my biggest issue is that when you look at the family dynamics, it almost reminds you of our trial that we just did with the 25 years, Christopher Waffenberg. And I only say that because the family dynamics are so egregious, in my opinion, that I'm not sure if, with the story behind it, if the family members didn't do something. Like, I don't know who did what, when, where, and why. And it's really, and I don't know if charges will be brought against them at some point in time. Now, don't get me wrong. Mr. Butts needs to be up under a whole bunch of jail cells, right? Considering all his SA charges. But it's kind of like Steven Stern's Nasty Steven, right? When we look at Jennifer, like, where is she, where she, what all she knew, right? Why is she not being charged, right? So I just really, hey, Queen Olive, how are you, sweetheart? Yeah, Baca, like, how does she have 6 kids in her charge, in her care? How is there a DCFS? Remember, there was a DCFS allegation against Mr. Butts with Naziah, right? That was found to be unsubstantiated. So they didn't further investigate it with DCFS. It's like so many people dropped the ball on this little girl's life. So many people, in my opinion. Like, if you're going to investigate, mind you, he is a prior SA offender that they had, that he went to jail for. And from my understanding, he was not on the SA list. So he dating all these women. We see that he doesn't have a particular type, because they all shapes and sizes, different backgrounds, different everything, at least from what I can tell. He ain't like Charlie, where he like them one way. He like them any kind of way, in any kind of shape, form, or fashion. I guess it's ones that he can manipulate, ones that he could tell anything in order to maybe possibly get close to their kids. And although we want Jarvis, Mr. Butts, Mr. Nasty, to be held accountable for his crimes, guys, I'm just not so sure in regards to the unaliving part. We'll watch and we'll continue to see, but with all of the strange dynamics where the aunt, I think she may have known. I think she could have been competing with Naziah. Like, I think a lot of things, but it's what they can prove in court, right? But it's really, really, really weird, the whole situation and everybody that's involved with it. I mean, everybody. But let's continue on and see if the detective actually tells us some things that he talked about to Jarvis in this interrogation.
Good afternoon, Detective Reyes.
Good afternoon.
So, let me ask you, first of all, your role in this case, were you primarily just to interview Mr. Butts, or were you involved in the greater investigation?
Mainly for the interview. I assisted on a search.
Okay. So you interviewed Mr. Butts on February 15th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He was already in custody, correct?
Yes.
And where did this interview take place at?
Detroit Police Headquarters.
Okay. Did you transport him, or was he already there when you got there?
He was already there.
Okay. So you don't know what conversation was had with him prior to getting there, correct?
No.
Okay. How long was he there prior to you seeing him? Do you know?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. But it was you and your partner, Lisa Johnson?
Yes.
All right. You came into the room, correct? And he was already in the room when you came in?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't offer him any food or drinks?
No.
Okay, do you know, have he had a chance to sleep, use the restroom?
No.
Okay. So you begin the interview with the reading of his constitutional rights.
Yes.
All right. And you said you believe he understood English. He understood everything you said, correct?
Correct.
And you read the rights from him.
Yes.
Did you read them? Did he read them to you, or did you read them to him?
I recited them to him first,
Okay.
and then I asked him to go over and read it himself.
Okay. You didn't have him read them out loud?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I can't recall. No.
All right. And he initialed behind each one of those, correct?
Yes.
You had him verify his phone number, correct?
Correct.
All right. First of all, let me ask you, what was Mr. Butts' demeanor at this time?
His demeanor, initially it appeared to be forthcoming.
Okay. So he appeared to answer all your questions, correct?
Yes.
Didn't hesitate in answering any of your questions, did he?
No.
All right. And it was a conversation between the two, correct?
Yes.
And you said this interview took place over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Is that what I have?
I feel it was about a couple hours. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you asked him about his cell phone, correct?
Yes.
He gave you the cell phone. He gave you his number, correct?
Yes.
And he even signed off to say, yeah, go ahead and search my cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you asked him about January 9th, correct?
Yes.
And he told you he did not do, he had a legal issue up in Clinton Township. I'm
Yes.
sorry, he had a legal issue, excuse me.
Yeah, he said he had a legal issue. Yes.
All right. Did you check and verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked him about Nasiah coming to his shop, correct? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you asked him about his interaction with Nasiah, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that she would come to his shop from time to time, correct?
Yes.
And he would have her do work in his shop, correct?
Yes.
And he also told you he had his daughter do work as well, correct?
Correct.
Did you verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. You asked him about a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And he said, he told you where this bus stop was, correct?
Correct.
And did you find out how he knew where this bus stop was?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Did he tell you that anyone told him where this bus stop was?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't recall that, sir.
You can't recall? Maybe that's true.
I can't recall, sir.
Can't recall. Okay. Just one moment. Yeah, I have no further questions.
Can we redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're done. Do you all want to break for lunch or keep going?
I'll leave it to, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I believe it at the board's discretion.
I asked my staff. Okay. We need a break. Okay, we have 4 to 5 left, right? First witnesses.
I believe so, Judge. I don't think we're gonna be lengthy.
Okay, we'll come back at 1:45 and finish up the rest of the witnesses.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so there's one of my, I'm almost still go through this part, right? I think, yeah, we can definitely TiVo through this part because they are at lunch and we are in replay gang. Let's see. Let's see who we have up here next. I'll tell you, it's good.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, just watch your step. You can pull that microphone off the ledge if you want, so you don't have to keep leaning into it. Whenever ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Erica Anderson, ERICA-ANDER.
And how are you employed?
I'm with the Michigan State Police Northville Crime Lab in the biology unit
And how long have you been employed by Michigan State Police in the Northville Crime Lab?
for 15 years.
And what kind of education do you have for your job?
I have a bachelor's in biochemistry from Eastern Michigan University. I also have training with the National Forensic Science Technology Center and the Michigan State Police. That was approximately 1 year of testing in biology, forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Okay. So what kind of training, I guess, do you have to have for your role that you do? And do you do any continuously?
Yes, so I had approximately 1 year of training with, I previously mentioned, as well as continuous education, which includes at least 8 hours in DNA specific training, as well as up-to-date journal articles in current technology.
Okay. And do you have any certifications or any necessary licenses for this job?
No, we don't.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where at?
Washtenaw County, Wayne County, St. Clair, Oakland County, federal.
And approximate how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 40.
And what is it that you've testified as an expert in?
On DNA analysis.
Your Honor, I move to certify Erica Anderson as an expert in DNA analysis.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about this case specifically, and when I say this case, I'm referring to lab number MD 24-691. Did you author reports as it relates to that case number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what record numbers did you author?
Record 4, 6, 8. I believe there's one more. Oh, and 5, sorry.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing to the market people's proposed exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. If you look at these and tell me if you recognize what I've handed you.
These are the reports I authored.
And we'll go through these one by one. Is People's Exhibit 23, is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored as it relates to record number 5?
Yes, it is.
I move for the admission of People's 23.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 23.
Okay, sorry, and I missed 22. In proposed exhibit 22, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you authored in record number 4?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 22.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Thank you. And in proposed People's 24, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 6?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 24.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
And 25, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 8?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit People's 25.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Thank you. Now, may I publish, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, you turned off sharing, sorry.
She wants to share her screen. Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
think she logged on.
Okay, so we're looking at People's 22 right now. Tell me, what is it that like these reports just generally start with at the top?
The information that is submitted by the agency with the evidence, which is their agency number, as well as the investigating officer, and then we assign a laboratory number to the case. It also has the date received for that evidence and the date the report was completed.
And who comes up with the nature of offense? Do you list that? Does the police list that?
The agency,
Okay. And what about the victims and suspects? Who lists those?
they also list those on the paperwork when they submit the evidence.
So in record number 4, what did you do in record number 4?
I interpreted and recorded 2 items of evidence that were submitted.
What were those items of evidence?
A buckle swab from Jarvis Butts and an ID, swabs of an ID card.
And what is it that you did to them? What's the process that you did?
So I'll give you a general overview of the process. When we receive this evidence in our laboratory, it's usually in a small tube, it's cuttings or swabs from evidence. We then extract the DNA, we see how much is present, and then we make many millions of copies of that DNA. We can then get a picture of that DNA profile from the evidence or the individual, and we can compare those. So in this case, I received the buccal swab, and for a reference sample or a buccal swab or blood, known DNA from an individual, everyone has 1 or 2 what we call types at each of the locations within the DNA. So when I see 1 or 2 at one of these locations, I know that's only 1 person. If I'm seeing 3 or 4, 2 people in that sample. So for a reference sample, blood or buccal swab from the inside of someone's cheek, there would only be 1 individual present because that's directly from that individual.
Okay. And what you do, your process doesn't change or alter the DNA in any way, does it?
No, everyone has their own unique DNA profile. It is specific only to that person unless they have an identical twin. Every cell in your body has the same DNA profile that is unique to that individual.
So in record number 4, you came up with some interpretations. What does that mean?
So when I look at the kind of the picture of that DNA profile, I'll interpret how many people are there and then make comparisons to any known samples and the evidence.
Okay. So in interpretation number 1, you obtained a profile from the Jarvis Butts buccal swab.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that was sufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct.
What does it mean to be sufficient for comparison purposes?
So the DNA must be above a certain threshold for evidence or references. And in this case, that DNA profile was all above that threshold, and that it can then be compared to evidence.
Okay, and the interpretation number 2, you obtained a DNA profile from ID card swabs, but that was insufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct. The amount of DNA there was just too low and did not make it above that threshold, so I couldn't do anything with it or compare it to anything.
Okay, so you can say there's DNA there, but you can't compare it to anything.
Correct.
And that was the entire substance of record number 4. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. In record number 5, what evidence did you analyze in record number 5?
I received earbuds that were submitted as a possible alternate known. Fabric mattress pad cover cuttings. Plastic mattress cover piece. That's it.
And these earbuds, alternate known. What does it mean? What does alternate known mean?
When there isn't a known sample from an individual, occasionally they can bring in, an agency could bring in an alternate known. Usually this would be a toothbrush or, something that you knew belonged to them, a comb, something along those lines. And then we could use that as an alternate known for that individual as their known sample.
Okay, so as opposed to there's a straight buccal swab from them or a hair strand from them.
Generally, buccal swabs or blood samples are used as references for known samples.
And in this case, do you know what alternate known you received?
There's an alternate reference known possibly for the victim in the case.
Okay. Would an alternate known, could that also be like a blood card from the birth?
Yes, that there are blood spot cards taken at birth that can be obtained from hospitals to be used as known samples.
Okay, so that'd be a known sample.
Correct.
Okay. And your results in this case, in your interpretations, you stated there was a DNA profile obtained from the earbud swabs that was not sufficient for comparison purposes. Is that the same thing that you were saying?
Support or just limited support, which would be just, a little bit of a tilt, or they can be fully excluded from the sample. So in this case, it was 4.6 thousand times more likely that it originated from those 4 unrelated individuals than Jarvis Butts and 3 other individuals, which is moderate support that he's not a contributor. So it's tilting that way, just not all the way.
And in record number 8, what evidence did you analyze here?
I received black hoodie stain swabs, another set of black hoodie stain swabs, black hoodie swabs, pink bodysuit stain swabs, pink bodysuit swabs, as well as Najai Harris blood card.
Now, what kind of testing did you do in record number 8?
The same as the previous records.
Okay, and that's autosomal DNA?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going through this, you were able to have a sufficient amount of DNA for comparison for Ms. Harris's blood card?
Correct.
Okay. And in your first or your second interpretation, this is as it relates to black hoodie stain swabs. This is the 5AD stain swabs. What were your hypotheses here?
So I determined that there were 2 individuals in that black hoodie stain swab, the first one, 5AD. And I would compare each of the known individuals to the sample. So initially it would be Jarvis Butts, and on one unrelated unknown contributor, and then on the other hypothesis would be 2 unrelated
unknown contributors. So based on those results from the black hoodie stain swabs, it was approximately 460 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and an unknown contributor than if it was from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides moderate support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And you can't say what that stain was, can you?
No.
And then you said you did one for Jarvis Butts, and you did one for Messiah Harris.
Correct. So when comparing Messiah Harris, it's approximately 3.7 million times more likely if it originated from Messiah Harris and 1 unrelated contributor than if it were from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Messiah Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And in interpretation 3, this is the second of the black hoodie stain swabs, 5BD. When they're separated like that, when you have like 5BD and 5AD, does that tell you that they're different parts that are being swabbed, different areas?
Generally, it will be 2 different stains on the same item, but the person that actually took those swabs, they would best be able to describe where they were collected from.
Okay. So as it relates to 5BD, the black hoodie stain swabs, what did you find there?
That was 1 individual in that sample, and it genetically typed as female.
And so if that's the case, what was your hypothesis then?
So comparing Messiah Harris to that sample, it was 3.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Messiah Harris than if it was from an unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Messiah Harris is the contributor to that black hoodie stain swab. And then I compare Jarvis Butts as well, and he's excluded from it to his single source samples.
Okay, and would that be because you found that it was only from 1 individual genetically typed as female?
Correct, yeah. When comparing him, he was excluded.
And when you say octillion, not a math person, how many zeros is that?
That is 27 zeros.
Okay. And in interpretation number 4, we have just black hoodie swabs, and that's 5CD. And you have two analyses here. One with Jarvis and one with Messiah. What did you find as it relates to the comparison with Jarvis?
So the black hoodie swabs, generally these are taken to see who may have possibly worn it or skin cells opposed to stain swabs. So I determined that this was from 3 individuals. There were 3 individuals in that sample, and at least one of them genetically typed as male. And when comparing it to Jarvis Butts, it was approximately 2.1 million times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And what about the comparison to Messiah?
When comparing Messiah Harris, it is 97 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Messiah Harris and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated contributors. And this also is very strong support that Messiah Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And how many zeros after for sextillion?
Sextillion is 21. And just for reference, anything over 1 million is considered very strong support.
And your next interpretation is to the pink bodysuit stain swabs. And you performed this assuming that there was 2 individuals. What was your comparison as it relates to Jarvis Butts?
When comparing to Jarvis Butts, it was 6.3 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides limited support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain swabs.
And as it relates to Neziah Harris,
It is approximately 60 septillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain.
how many zeros in septillion?
Septillion is 24.
And then you interpreted the pink bodysuit, regular swabs of it. You determined that there was two individuals, at least one was typed as male.
Correct.
Tell me your comparison with Jarvis Butts.
It was 24 trillion times more likely if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Jarvis Butts, and one unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis Butts is not a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And you had said previously, just the swabs of items, you said they're more related to like a wearer ID type thing?
Generally, if it's a possible stain, blood stain, semen stain, it'll have the word stain. It's just swabs of. Generally, it is just swabs looking for who was possibly wearing that item. But I did not take the swab, so that person would be able to tell exactly.
And for the comparison with Neziah Harris, what did you find there?
It was 150 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it was originated from two unrelated unknown contributors, which is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And I think we said previously that was 21 zeros.
Sextillion, yes.
And what were your findings as it relates to interpretation number 7 of the fabric mattress pad stain cover?
So in the earlier report, we did not have a known sample from Neziah Harris, so I went back and compared her to those previously submitted evidence samples, one of which was the fabric mattress pad cover stain, which she was excluded as a contributor to that stain. Also,
Yeah, you can be.
Also to the plastic mattress cover piece swabs, which you'll remember that was 4 individuals. When comparing her, it was 430 million times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this was very strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to that plastic mattress cover piece swabs. The final was the shower drain swabs. That was also 4 individuals. And that was 13,000 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 contributors. And that was strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to those shower drain swabs.
And nothing else at the time, Judge.
Okay, Ross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you received the swabs, you said in separate tubes, each swab or cutting or whatever you would be testing comes in a separate tube?
Correct.
And it's all labeled with a number that corresponds with the file that you're working on, is that correct?
Correct. Each one has its own ID, yes.
Okay. And what other communication do you receive with those swabs?
We have submission paperwork, and that is in our system loaded, as well as all of the worksheets from the analysis that we go through. There's chain of custody. I mean, all this is within our system, but we only receive that initial information when we submit it, that paperwork. Occasionally we'll have a police report or something, but in this case, I didn't see one.
You didn't have one in this case?
I did not have one in my case file.
Did you have any communication with Sergeant Shannon Jones before you did the testing?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know, was there a name associated with this file that you knew of before you did the testing?
There are, like I said, names within the case file. Generally, we process samples in batches and we don't really look at all that before we get started until we sit down to actually write the case, and those profiles are already complete.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to get some information from you just on how that process works, because I have a limited understanding of DNA, so correct me when I mess up. But as I understand it, when you're running these samples, essentially you come up with, ultimately for interpretation, kind of a line that shows peaks, and that is those are the things that you're comparing. Is that fair to say?
So we look at 24 different areas within the DNA, and 2 of those will just give me the sex of the individual, if they're male or female, if there's a male included. On the other 22, it will be 2 like peaks basically at each location, and you'll have either 1 or 2 each individual.
And there could also be other peaks. So typically you have some that are taller than others, but you could also have shorter peaks. Is that fair to say?
If there's multiple people in that sample, I'll see maybe several peaks, and that's how I would determine how many individuals are in that sample.
Or things that you might interpret as, like, I think they call it stutter.
We possibly, it's a kind of a normal part of the system. There are these peaks that are expected, and they generally are filtered out. Occasionally they get a little high, but we know what they are. So.
And I was going to say, so then when you see this chart, is that part of your interpretation to kind of exclude that as something of significance?
The stutter peaks?
Yes.
Yes. I would evaluate if any of those peaks could possibly be stutter or not.
Okay. And I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure. How many loci did you test?
There's 24 total loci.
And that's what you tested?
Correct.
Okay. And that's of like the 3 million base pairs that exist, fair to say? And there's 150,000 loci in the human genome, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, this is the standard for forensics testing, yes.
It's 24. And so I think you indicated in almost all the things that you tested, they were mixed samples, except for the 2 initial, the buccal swab and the ID card. Is that fair to say? More than one contributor?
Yes, except for the mattress stain swabs, I believe was a single contributor. Otherwise, yes,
okay.
More than one individual.
On the black hoodie swab, the non-stain swab, I think your report indicates, or your testimony was, that there were 3 contributors. Is that correct?
Just wanted to kind of double check to be sure.
Of course, yep. Are you going to refer to your report to do that?
Yes, my report.
Okay.
So the second, the 5BD?
Yes.
Oh, 5BD was only one individual, a female.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm looking at.
The hoodie swab's not the stain, you said?
Correct.
Yes, that was, I determined to be 3 individuals present.
Okay. And I think your report says that at least one was male.
Correct. I can't determine how many males, just that at least one is male because there was a black in the sample.
Okay, so fair to say there could have been 2 male contributors and 1 non-male, 1 female contributor.
Yeah, all I know is at least one in those 3.
Okay. Now, is it the program that determines the statistical number, the probability, or how is that determined?
I determine how many individuals are in the sample, and then the software determines that likelihood ratio.
Okay. Because you're only receiving swabs or cuttings, you don't actually see pictures of what the items are that the stains came from or the swabs came from. Is that fair to say? Or do you?
They are in the case file. I did see them in this case. So sometimes I'll look at them, and sometimes I'll just write the report unless there's a need to see them. They're not always provided, but.
Do those pictures indicate to you where the different samples might have been taken from, or the swabs may have been taken from?
Yes, the pictures in this case were taken by the previous analyst that provided the samples to me. So she would have actually examined the evidence itself, took the pictures, as well as where any swabs or cuttings were taken.
So the previous analyst would be testing for genetic material in general. Is that fair to say, like saliva, blood, semen, stuff like that? She's the one
Yes.
that's making that determination.
Yes, she would do any body fluid testing, such as blood, semen, saliva, and then any swabs of just for skin cells.
Okay. DNA can degrade over time, fair to say?
Over time and in certain conditions, sure.
Weather, stuff like that,
Potentially as sunlight can degrade DNA.
the elements in general, bacteria.
Yes,
Okay. And so when it degrades, does that mean that the DNA molecule itself is breaking down?
yes, it's degrading, yeah.
And what is the impact of that on a DNA test?
It could just be lower than it would have been. So there's still a profile, it's just lower. We also see a very specific pattern when something is degraded, where it, instead of peaks kind of being nice and straight, they kind of ski slope off. So we can identify it.
Okay. Could it mean that you get an incomplete or a partial profile?
Sure, yeah.
Was that a factor at all in any of the swabs that you tested in this case?
I didn't see any very specific, that pattern that I was talking about. I didn't see that. Some of the samples are lower, so they may have been possibly, if they were in the elements, degraded or diluted.
Okay. So you mentioned that when you're looking at a profile, if you see a Y chromosome, that indicates to you that there's a male contributor to that sample.
Correct.
And try to say this in the least amount of words possible. And so if you have a mixed sample, you can do, or one of the ways to determine the male profile would be to use a Y-STR analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, we do offer testing that specifically looks at only that Y chromosome in our lab, and I don't perform that testing personally.
Somebody else would perform that?
Yeah, so when we need it, they will perform it, yes.
And what would indicate, or what would determine when that would be needed? in your lab?
Generally, it's in samples where it's a mixture from, usually from a female, let's say a body swab, and there's so much of her DNA, it's overwhelming the small amount of male DNA present. So they can do this testing to only look at that Y chromosome so that that large amount of female DNA kind of isn't in the way.
And so this would be done for something like skin cells or saliva or some DNA, some genetic material that's not specific to males. Is that correct? Like you wouldn't need to do that kind of a test on semen or something that's only going to come from a
It's
male.
any sample where there's just an over, a large amount of female DNA, but a very small amount of male DNA is generally when we use the testing.
Okay. Would you use it if there were multiple suspected male contributors?
I don't want to speak to that test, like when we would use it, since I don't do it.
Okay. Would it be is it possible to use that, or would that be helpful? It's in general.
I have no idea.
Okay, you're not familiar with,
No, I mean, I have the basic understanding, but since I don't actually perform it and I'm not trained in it, I don't want to speak to it.
okay. Is it the Y chromosome DNA, is that passed down to male offspring?
But the male profile, so you're talking about the YSTR profile, it would be the same?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay, from a father to a son.
correct.
And that's the Y star DNA, right? The
Yes.
Y short tandem repeat.
Correct, yes.
And so you could have a similar Y star profile between a father and a son because that chromosome is being passed down almost completely unchanged. Is that fair to say? Or is it correct scientifically?
I mean, scientifically, they would have the same, without any mutations, that father and son would have the same Y profile.
Okay.
But in autosomal testing, they would not.
And when you were doing your testing on these samples, you had 2 known profiles, correct?
Correct.
You were testing against Jarvis Butts,
Correct.
yes, and Messiah Harris.
That's correct.
You weren't testing it against any other males.
No other references were submitted to us for comparisons.
Okay. So a DNA test obviously can't tell you when DNA was deposited on an item. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it can't say how it came to be put there, right?
Correct.
Like it could be there's primary DNA, right? If I cut myself and I get blood on my shirt, that would be a primary transfer, right?
Yes.
If I then touch something and get blood on that, then the blood that's on the, say it's on my paper, the blood that's on the paper then would be a secondary transfer.
Yeah, like from your shirt.
Yes.
Correct.
Or say if I hand my pen to Mr. Riggins here, and then he hands it to somebody else, that would be a third. Is that correct?
It's the transfer of the DNA. So I touch this primary, then you come and touch it, my DNA's on it, that would be secondary. And tertiary would be, then that DNA moves again. Of course, each time DNA is transferred, it's lower and lower generally.
Okay. And so then if Mr. Riggins walks away with my pen and leaves it in another room and somebody picks up that pen and uses it, in theory, they could be tested and have my DNA on them, correct?
Possibly.
Even if we were never in the same room together.
Correct.
Okay. Transfer can occur also even like in a washing machine, right?
Possibly.
So if clothes are washed together, which is kind of illogical, right? You're washing something, but in reality, my clothes and Mr. Riggins' clothes could be washed together and his DNA could transfer onto my clothes just by virtue of being washed in the same cycle.
Correct.
Wait just a second. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Yes.
Read right?
Just briefly.
You asked some questions about YSTR testing. Would it be fair to say that that's kind of like a secondary test you would do if nothing comes up in autosomal DNA testing?
Correct. That's when we look at that type of testing, is when we don't get results with autosomal.
And is that because in autosomal testing would be a direct match as opposed to just a match on a Y chromosome?
To a Y profile that is shared, yeah.
Okay. So in these reports, you had known samples from Messiah Harris and known samples from Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay. And they were direct autosomal matches to Jarvis Butts.
But we don't use match.
Yeah.
We might compare them directly, yes.
They were direct comparisons to Jarvis Butts' DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And so I believe, as you said, he would share Y DNA with his biologically related male children.
Correct.
But his X DNA would not be the same as his biologically related male children.
No, we get half her DNA from her mom, half her DNA from her father. So that's what makes up your DNA profile.
So if he has a male son, their DNA would not compare, it would only be compared comparatively to the Y chromosomes, not the X chromosome.
Yes, so father and son, they would not have the same profile, but they would have the same Y profile, which is not the testing that was done in this case.
Right. This was direct autosomal comparison.
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that people shed or produce or leave DNA at different rates?
Yes, everyone is different in how much DNA you leave behind when you touch something. Things like blood, semen, saliva, we would expect there to be more DNA present in those types of samples versus just touching something in skin cells.
And given that people can shed DNA at a different rate, if that's kind of the right way I'm wording it, you can't say whether or not something was a primary transfer or a secondary transfer based on the amount of DNA present.
No, I can't say at all how it got there or even if it's a body fluid. I mean, I don't do any body fluid testing, so I can only say what the DNA is and not where it came from or the type of possible fluids.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're all done.
So before we go into the next witness, I just want to kind of recap what we kind of heard from the DNA person. Remember, I am not a DNA specialist. I'm just taking down notes and just trying to figure all this stuff out, right? So when we're looking at the things that were tested, right? From what I'm getting, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the black hoodie that they found, it had some stains on it. They swabbed the sleeves and all the stains, right? They found a mixed DNA sample. So they're saying that he cannot be excluded as a contributor. And when I'm looking up the definitions in regards to DNA, excluded means that the DNA profile does not match, but the person could not have been a contributor. But included means that they cannot be excluded, and the DNA is consistent with a person that has contributed, but others also contributed to it too. So I don't know. You tell me, because I have no clue. So I guess with the hoodie, the prosecution team is saying it ties Jarvis to this with this incriminating evidence, right? Even without a perfect match, it suggests some type of connection. Now, we all know that Jarvis was involved with her, inappropriately. So, I mean, I don't know. I kind of expect for it to be on there in some type of way. Like, no different than I would expect that when they tested the Nissan, that his DNA was in the Nissan, right? Because he uses the Nissan. Or any other items that they found. Now, the other clothing that they found had partial or inconclusive DNA results, so they couldn't do anything with them. And the other things, the earbuds and things like that, where the DNA was too low. But the only thing that they could really look at was this hoodie. So, I mean, the jurors may be able to hear that they cannot exclude him, which, as a juror, you like, okay, if you can't be excluded, then you are automatically included, right? So I think that the defense is just, when they were just cross-examining her, they were just kind of saying that, their advantage to this is that if you cannot exclude, there is no proof. So there's that gray area. Of course, mixed samples, we all can agree that they weaken the evidence, and, some possible secondary transfer. We not saying that, they know that he was with her that day. Like, all evidence shows that he was with her that day. I think that the hoodie just really gave the prosecution team something to lean on, even if it was not conclusive, right? Just his DNA and her DNA. Like, we got a couple people's DNA on there, and who are the other people's DNA? We have no clue, right? So that's just my take on what I got from it, but we shall see. Let's see who we have up next in regards to our witness testimony.
Oh,
You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth.
yes, ma'am.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
George Harris.
And just like that. Without breaking it.
You can put it, you can just take it off the ledge too. It's easy.
And what do you do currently for a living, sir?
I'm a school safety liaison.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you employed at that time?
Detroit Public Schools Police.
And what did you do for the Detroit Public Schools Police Department at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
And assigned to an investigative division or something else?
I was in charge of the Western Patrol Division and our intelligence unit.
Okay. And did that include, at least on the intelligence unit side, some investigatory roles?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And were you involved in the disappearance and homicide investigation into Neziah Harris?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved in that, sir?
The initial report came in that she was missing. A detective was assigned to it. She liaisoned back to me that Neziah had a social media account and had communicated through text now. So anytime there was a cyber-related nexus or anything having to do with cell phones or digital communications, I was the person who had handled it with the district for years.
And what is the reason you would handle the sort of cyber or internet portions of investigations?
I had the training and experience.
And as part of the investigation, did you do an initial search warrant to TextNow?
Yes.
Okay, and did you get an initial return for that?
Yes.
Okay, and were those from the dates of January 8th, 2024 to January 26th, 2024, if you remember?
That sounds
Sounds
correct.
about right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't go back before January 8th at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will come back to that in a second, but the initial agency investigating Neziah's case, was that Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay, and when did that investigation begin?
January 9th, her grandmother reported her missing. One of our officers, Officer Wolf, I believe it was, went out to the school, took the report. Canvas was done. Detective Gardner was assigned to the case. And then from there, she liaisoned with me, and I started making my notifications and started working on it from the.
You said January 9th the report was made?
The 10th, I'm sorry.
The 10th, okay. So that's when the investigation began, and that's when you became notified of this case, correct?
Correct.
And did the investigation stay with the Detroit Public Schools Police Department for the entirety of until today?
No.
When was it transferred and to who was it transferred?
It was transferred to Sergeant Shannon Jones sometime I don't remember the exact date, but it was later in January, maybe early February.
Okay. So
we're getting closer to that 30-day mark.
Around a month?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason it was transferred to DPD?
There have been no sightings, nothing had been heard from her. At that point, the other agencies that I brought in We ended up shipping it over once. We received some more calls from DPD. The commander of the 5th precinct that called me, and we just got together with Detroit, my chief and I, and the deputy chief, and then they decided they were going to take it over because it appeared that she was not going to be recovered alive.
Okay. And in the course, to your knowledge of the initial investigation by the Detroit Public Schools Department, was there any activity from Neziah on social media after January 9th?
Not from Neziah, no.
Now, you said earlier that after it was transferred to the Detroit Police Department, did you receive a call regarding, from Sergeant Jones regarding a request to confirm an ID that was found, a school ID?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive a copy of that picture of the ID to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that was sent to you, did you confirm that as Neziah Harris' grade 8 identification card? If you don't remember.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what grade she was in, but yeah, it was her identification card.
All right. May I approach that?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 40. Does that look similar to what you were asked to confirm?
Yes.
And that one you went into, did you go into the school system to confirm that that was Neziah's ID?
Through an intermediary, but yes.
Okay. And in the bottom corner of one of that, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you had said earlier that you did an initial search warrant to text now to receive some messages, correct?
It started out as exigent circumstance request, but yes.
Okay. And may I approach again?
Yes.
Just the last page. I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. And if you could take a look at that, I'm handing you the last page of Exhibit 16. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
And are those some of the messages that you got from the search warrant that you did to text now?
Yes.
And are there on that page that you're holding 3 highlighted ones on the bottom of that message or of that page?
Yes.
And the first highlighted one, is there a number associated with whether that it was sent or received from or to?
Yes.
And can you read that number for the court, please?
313-585-8719.
And was the first message that's highlighted there, was that a sent or received message?
It was a sent message.
Indicating that it came from the owner of the TextNow account, correct?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving school. If you're not there, I will wait.
And to be clear, the owner of the account that you did a search warrant on, you believe to be Neziah Harris, correct?
That is correct.
And then the second message down from that, second to last message on that page, is that a sent or received message?
It's a sent message.
And who is it sent to, the number?
313-585-8719.
And what does that message say?
Send okay if you send the message so I can delete your number.
And then the last message on that page first, is that a sent or received message to that account?
Received.
So the owner of the account would have received that message from someone else?
Yes.
And what's the number that sent the message to that TextNow account?
313-585-8719.
And what is that message?
Okay.
And what are the dates of those messages?
January 9th, 2024.
And when the owner of that account received that last message of okay, what date and time did she receive that on?
January 9th, 2024 at 14:23:10 UTC.
And the UTC would be 4 hours ahead at that time from the local time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been at 10 a.m. or so?
That would have been 9:23
a.m.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing for you.
Okay, Ross?
Is it, Sergeant Harris? I'm sorry.
It was Lieutenant
It
Harris.
was Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I want to get that right. So did you learn about this case through Detective Gardner? You learned about it from somewhere from the school, or how did it land on your desk? Can you?
So the grandmother went to the school called Officer Wolf, who works that area. And then whenever we have a missing student, we always dispatch a detective.
Okay, so it was Officer Wolf who was initially dispatched to the school.
Correct.
To do kind of an initial intake or interview,
Yes.
so to speak. Okay. And you're familiar that he did that?
Yes, he generated a report and did that. And then Detective Adele Gardner took over from there.
So when Officer Harris,
Wolf.
Wolf came back with his report, he passed, essentially, the report indicated what he did on the case and then handed it off to Detective Gardner.
No, Detective Gardner responded to the scene before he even came back and did the report.
Okay, so Detective Gardner is also involved in some of the things that Officer Wolf did.
Yes, the canvassing and
canvassing.
talking to people, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to next. So you're familiar that at least Detective Gardner and Officer Wolf went out to the 3 Mile Drive location at Cornwall where the bus stop was and canvassed that area.
Not just them, but other officers, yes.
Others too, okay. Did any of the officers in DPS interview the teacher that was in Nazai's class that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, do you know who it was?
It would have been Detective Gardner.
And do you know if Detective Gardner has authored a report?
She would have case notes and interview statements of everybody she interviewed.
Okay. Did you follow up on anything that Officer Wolf did or that he left open in his report to do?
Not personally, I was just directing the efforts of Detective Gardner as whatever guidance she needed or help.
Okay, and one of the things that she requested of you was to do the search warrant for the text now?
The text now, Instagram.
Okay, and did you receive anything back from Instagram?
Yes, I received back to her Nazai's Instagram account
Okay.
information.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you came into possession of Nazai's laptop. Is that correct?
You talking about the one she uses at school?
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you take possession of that?
I sent Detective Gardner over to the school to pick it up.
It was at the school?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where at the school?
With all the rest of the laptops the kids use.
Okay, so they leave the laptops there every day at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody from your unit or searched anywhere in the classroom, like lockers or areas where like coats and other things, bags, backpacks, lunch boxes, that kind of thing are stored?
That would have been standard to have to search where her locker was, her classroom, any of that stuff.
It would have been
We
standard.
searched the whole school to make sure that we found kids hiding in the school before they were going missing. So we would search the entire school, surrounding area, that route to and from school, things of that nature.
Can you say for sure that that was done here, or just that should have been done because
That should have been done.
Okay, but you can't say for sure that you didn't do it.
I didn't go to the scene.
Okay, and you haven't read a report that indicated somebody else did it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now you also were shown a picture of Messiah's 8th grade ID card from the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that ID card was issued to Messiah?
Should have been the beginning of the school year.
Okay. So then it would have been end of August?
Yes. Or, yeah, 'cause we started before Labor Day again last year.
Okay. Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Nazai's friends, different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up the toothbrush, went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
Somewhere around there. It may have been a little after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have went and got the toothbrush, so we still had it then. Because you have to make that update in the system when you guys get close to the 30-day mark.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit police? Do you recall?
That sounds about right, around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And would that have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's right around a 30-day window, fair
Yeah,
to say?
a little bit past at that point.
Okay. Now, is that 30-day window, is that kind of a standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because I had been with the school police since 2011, and this was the first missing we hadn't recovered within a couple of days. So normally we would, continue on with our cases. But once it got to that point, once we suspect, it could be a possible homicide, then the jurisdiction goes back to Detroit. So that's kind of how we went.
Would it be fair to say that once you had kind of exhausted your tools,
I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
could you hand it off to a different agency before 30 days? Could you decide within 2 weeks, we aren't coming up with any leads, we should give this to a different agency for more assistance?
We could, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Quick asked you about recovering a laptop. That was done in this case. Ms. Aya's laptop was recovered, correct?
Yes.
And did you or did someone else or DPS recover a tablet that belonged to Ms. Aya as well?
Yes.
Okay, where was that recovered from? The school or somewhere else?
From the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes.
And that would be Annette Harris?
Yes.
Another person.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so excuse me. So let's unpack this just a little bit, because this is a problem. Like, all of this stuff is a problem. Okay. And this is why this case is just so, it's not like a clear-cut thing, because evidence, reports, different things are missing from this case. And just the delays and everything, it's really a messy situation. So we just heard from the evidence person, the police officer, the school police officer, lieutenant. Like, I don't even understand how this happens. But just so y'all aware, like, the grandma reported she went missing on January 9th. She didn't come home. Grandma reports her on January 10th to the school. The school officer, they decide that they think that they can handle the case, so they don't report anything to Detroit Police Department. So just keep that in mind, and I'm gonna keep saying these things so we can kind of get this, like, understand all these delays and how we get to these issues. Because regardless of if he committed this unaliving or not, is what you can present in court and what the jury hears, right? So they run around, they keep the case, right? And they actually get a so they turn around, they get the case, right? And then they get the laptop. Somebody finds it on school grounds or on school property. So they treat the laptop just like a regular, normal missing laptop, blah, blah, blah. And they give it to this guy. So I guess only after 30 days, after they decide they haven't had any leeway with the missing child report, they decide to contact Detroit Police Department. Now, what I don't understand is that even at the school, even if you were trying and you were going to be involved in the investigation, like, were y'all able to put up flyers? Were y'all able to put out newscasts? Were y'all able to put out missing reports in regards to this young lady during this period of time? Were these things done? You know, so the defense has a whole thing, like even with the chain of custody in regards to the laptop, because it wasn't directly sent to like the police department or anything like that. It was at the school where they were analyzing and looking at her social media and different stuff. Like they were doing their own mini investigation, and they say, hey, after 30 days, if we can't find her, then at that point in time, we'll turn it over. But they also have the authority. 30 days is the max, but they have the authority when it's out of their control or they can't do anything to actually turn this stuff over to Detroit police earlier. And I just really think that this is just a mishap. They should have had this case turned over to them where they could have more boots on the ground, more people involved to kind of assist with this, right? Or am I just like, am I just reaching too far with this? Yeah, Morelda, they did question them. We'll see grandma's testimony and we'll see some family's testimony, but I mean, it's just like absolutely ridiculous. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, you want the school to be involved, but they could have been involved and knew that, you know, after a day or two after she hadn't came home, we need to start interviewing people. We need to start getting posters out there. You know, the first 24 to 48 hours is the most important hours when you got a missing child. So I just really don't understand this. Then we got the grandma that's delaying. Like, I don't know who sits up there and they grandbaby don't come home at night and they wait until the morning. Like, we gonna give her to the morning. Like, no. Why are we giving her to the morning? Why are we giving her to any time? But I'm gonna take us back into the courtroom. Let's see who they have coming up for us next.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. You state your name for the record, sir?
Antonio Caresi.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department, homicide unit.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department in total?
Total of 29 years.
And how long in the homicide unit primarily?
11 years.
Okay. And what is your current role in the homicide unit?
At this time, I am one of two that extract surveillance videos from locations.
Okay. And does that sometimes include like doorbell cameras, Ring or Xfinity or something like that?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And did you do that? I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or a dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes, I did receive a request back in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay, and you said 4803?
Correct.
And did you write a report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the injury?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on Bedford?
At that time, to recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area that address is in, or what the corner and cross streets are?
Yes.
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that address?
That is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
It's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from this system?
Yeah, that was a ring system. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted?
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit, playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on the screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view?
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. And moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning. And moving now to exhibit 51. And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see or that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
Very much.
Are you okay if I just read what time it is?
Yeah, that's where Detective, when you went to extract this, is there something you do or a process that you follow to calibrate the time system on the system you're extracting the video from?
Correct. We do a time calibration to the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical clock or the world clock to the video system, we calibrate how if it's zeroed, which this one was, or if it was short or fast.
Okay. So you would be able to tell if the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was 0 to the world clock, so it was on time.
Okay. And
Just go full screen.
Are you good? Okay. Move play. And you can see the bottom. And I'm not going to say that. Perfect. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Detective, can you read, it might be easier on the laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now?
Once it's still covered up. So that time is, and I don't have my glasses, it is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
And 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
And playing the video now from 33 seconds. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Real quick. So in that video, are you familiar with that area that's depicted in the video?
Correct.
Okay, so you said that that was a view from the camera on a house viewing Bedford going east. Is that correct?
Bedford runs north and south. Cornwall runs east and west. So it's shooting eastbound down Cornwall, basically.
Okay, but your view is is looking towards the east.
Correct.
Okay, and so in Bedford, you said is a north-south street.
Correct.
And so the person walking down Bedford would be going towards the north.
Yes, ma'am. Towards East
Harper?
Warren.
Or is it Warren or is it Harper?
That's Warren.
Warren. Okay.
Well, Warren, then Harper. That's all going in that direction.
Okay.
Nothing else, thanks.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, you're all done, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think that might be
For
a good
today.
place to stop.
Okay. And tomorrow, how many witnesses do you anticipate having tomorrow?
That's the $1 million. Six, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, so that ended the court date for that day. All right, guys. I guess this last guy, he just testified to showing where the bus stop and where the laptop was discovered. I didn't see the laptop, so hopefully maybe we'll have a better view of it when they actually go to court, because I didn't see it. But I'm not saying I got the best vision in the world either. But, okay. So I got our next thing. I know. I was trying to look and see what he saw, but I ain't see it. So I was trying to be attentive, but clearly not. Okay, so we're gonna go into the next portion of this hearing, right? I just don't know. I don't know. I know that the 13th juror, thanks, and I see that you put that information in regards to Jarvis being the last one. That's who they say. Thank you, SD. That's who they say was the last person to see her. The black hoodie thing. I mean, we all know Jarvis was out here doing bad things with her, so I would expect that his DNA was on there. Me personally, like they were all doing bad things. So, I mean, I don't know if I take that. I mean, I don't know. Like, who is all these other people that was on it? But here we go with the next day. Baka, she gonna talk to you. She gonna talk to you. You may not like what she gonna say, but she gonna talk to you. Yeah, and in Detroit during this period of time, it's cold. Yeah, I just don't know what we have going on here. It's all suspect, guys. And that's why it's a good thing to break this down. And I'm like I said, I'm trying to make mental notes of stuff that we're seeing here. Because the case is really icky and it just get worse and worse and worse and worse. But with that being said, we know he is an SAer. Like he should go to jail for the rest of his life because apparently he don't know what to do with his parts. But with that being said, you want to make sure that everybody that is responsible for the disappearance or the unaliving of Naziah Harris is held accountable for. And that's my only thing. So I don't know if he did this by himself, he did this with somebody else. I don't think he really protected anybody. I don't know. I have no clue. But let's go into the next testimony, guys.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Detective Lisa Johnson,
How are you employed?
Detroit Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Right now, homicide cold case.
Detective Johnson, can you pull that microphone down? Okay, everyone can hear. Thank you.
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes,
And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Naziah Harris?
I did.
Okay. And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Okay. Did your assisting in the investigation take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Park Crest Hotel.
Okay. And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay. And it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from January?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
Okay. And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Proposed Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 19. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Crest Inn as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, it is.
Can I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 19?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out a room?
Jarvis R. Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
And without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive.
So on this particular case, your job was
Account listed on line 24 of the user account section.
Yes,
And what is that for?
this is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is
And can you read that?
JO back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes,
And is that number, that unique identifying number listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
yes, in the second column, there, it says user ID,
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628544051.
And it, just in general, the preliminary device reports are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well, maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated with.
Yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
May I have one more?
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from it? And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No.
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
So there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. And the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where, after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone, where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually would go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can. Where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Brock.
Good morning, Detective Markle. Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction?
Correct,
Have you been reassigned since then?
yes.
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
The third precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative, the precinct detective.
Okay. So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone extraction.
Correct.
You did no investigation on this case, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction on the phone?
Well, that was, at that time, my only, position at homicide, so to order me or to just do?
In this particular case, did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So were there an order to extract the evidence in this case?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order, like, did somebody order, like, verbally tell me to do something, or are you talking?
So you weren't
search warrant
directed
order?
to search these phones? You were just your overall duties, you just searched the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular a suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case, I do the extractions, and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the, or that team that is working on this.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified, you used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yes, Cellbrite was, Cellbrite was the main tool
Okay.
that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct.
It may not be a complete download.
Correct.
You may get pieces, but other parts we just don't have. Correct?
Yes, that is always possible.
Okay. You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending 8719,
yes.
You downloaded the information from that. Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I think that'd be nice.
Now, Tashiana?
Yes.
On the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, like a proper term, break into the phone.
Correct.
The passcode was provided.
Yes,
Where'd you get the passcode from?
from the officer in charge when the phone was brought up.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that phone.
Yeah,
Email accounts.
in that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the accounts or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone. I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, correct?
Correct.
And of course, there's no way to know who was using the phone when the data was created in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Before you call your next witness, I want to check on the case.
I don't know why our camera view has changed. They cut off the last witness statement. I'm hoping that we revert back to a normal courtroom setting because the overhead view, we can't really see the witness, right? I can't see nothing on the judge table, so this is not a good view for me. Not a good view at all. Oh, wait a minute.
Even, I'll talk to Ms. Well, it's Ms. Cameron. Her attorney is out first. We'll go with that. Let's do the Senate paperwork. Okay. Yes. And Cameron is not in custody, correct? No. She in hallway, right?
Yeah, she should be.
Can you have Ms. Cameron come in so we can do them right after this?
Caitlin Cameron.
Caitlin Cameron.
The second cup out this one.
Can't see you.
No, you can't see her.
Yes, she's.
Are you Ms. Cameron? Have a seat. We're gonna call your case next.
She's in the. She's in
I don't think he's doing much right there. Let's see if we can mosey on past this part. Oh, look, they got us back in a good view. The family members over here.
Reyes, R-A-Y-E-S. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, why don't you step from into the witness box?
Thank you, Judge. You state your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US where I did my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin and passed the board examination in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just separate those out?
Yes. So I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology. So I'm certified in both.
And then is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you currently practiced or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't see the relevance of Dr. Reyes' testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. That would be the matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer of proof, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of Ms. Aya's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Yeah. Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
Yes.
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
Yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case, though,
No.
correct? I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes, Judge.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records that he reviewed for any relevance of the medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it is relevant because we provide offer proof as to why the witness is on stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right, you can object or on cross. So, yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time, too, I should have done this before I called him, I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October of 2023 for Ms. Aya Harris.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Ms. Aya Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period. I don't see how these are relevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January the 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as to relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several-year period for her where, as again, an offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life-threatening that he saw in these records.
I would agree. Overall, I would admit that's People's Exhibit 18.
18, Judge, thank you. And may I approach her?
Yes.
Approaching with what's now been admitted as People's 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, a Proposed 42, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
It says 42. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit People's Proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not an evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and we don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Reyes' job to declare death and we don't have a declaration of death, we see no government, paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
And Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted into evidence at this point, and the underlying data that he relied on is there. So that does comport with MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
And of course, it's a little difficult because I don't see Exhibit 42, what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph?
The last paragraph, which assumes the fact that I don't believe it's been placed in evidence and is beyond the kin of Dr. Reyes' expertise in this matter.
It mentions the cause of death?
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which, Judge, obviously, Ms. Quake is getting to one of the main issues in this case and one of the big questions in this case that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument. And we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Reyes relied on is in evidence. And certainly this court can take that document in the proposed exhibit for what it says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection of it.
Thank you, Judge.
That'll be Exhibit 42.
Thank you, Judge. And Doctor, were you requested to do this medical record review by a certain agency?
Yes,
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Yes. The last paragraph states, as we do not have Nazaya's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Nazaya to die naturally?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I just have one, I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. Maybe the medical records are from January 14th, 2023.
January 2014 to October of 23.
It's July 2014.
July 2013, sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission to publish.
Thank you.
Very much, Tashiana.
Thank you. Cross?
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Good morning, Dr. Reyes.
Good morning.
So just to be clear, you are not Nazaya Harris's treating physician.
No.
So you don't have any knowledge, no personal knowledge of Nazaya Harris
No.
or any medical issues that she may or may not have had.
No.
Your role in this case was only to review medical records that were supplied to you.
Correct.
Your actual job is to perform autopsies, correct?
Correct.
Also, and an autopsy is examining a person who is deceased, right?
Yes.
And determining a manner or cause of death.
Yes.
You can also interpret toxicology
Correct.
and lab results,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Is it your job to declare somebody as deceased? Typically?
Typically, I am the pronouncing doctor when we respond to a death on a scene.
Okay, so if you were to go and view something yourself
Yes.
and have personal knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident.
Correct.
Okay. So if you don't have a body, you can't really opine as to whether a person is in fact deceased. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. No, you testified that you wrote a letter to the prosecutor in this case.
Yes.
And in that letter, well, what did you review in preparation of writing that letter?
I view medical records that were provided by the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
And those are just the medical records that that you have been referring to.
Yes.
And is that all that you have reviewed?
Yes.
Do you have any other personal knowledge of the circumstances of this case?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Okay. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I paused it here after this ME testified. Like, if you are a juror and you hear an ME testifying, you hear all their credentials on how they determine unalivings, all of this, all these things, right? You hear that information from them when they first start their presentation and become qualified, right? My problem is that we don't have a body, we don't have a part, we don't even have I don't even know if they have a certificate of death at this point in time, unaliving at this point in time. So he just basically getting on the stand talking about he reviewed documentation from prior medical records that shows that she did not have any type of conditions that would make her unhealthy or be not here from natural causes, which is really like, I think it's misleading in a way. Like, you need to have like a pediatrician or somebody come testify to this, right? I think when you put a ME on a stand after they use their credentials, that's like automatically signaling to a jury that she's unalive, when we don't have really, it's all circumstantial. Like, we don't have anything. I don't know. Maybe that's just how they do things. But let's see who we got coming up to the stand next. Just my personal thing. I have no clue what any of this means. I don't know.
Good morning. Good morning. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your steps. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge when you testify so we can hear you better.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rion, is my first name, Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have first, what is your primary role in what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost 4 years.
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yes, well, my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. And my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training, which included practice samples, mock samples, casework observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training? Or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job, if you know?
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long training.
Yes,
And did you successfully complete that training?
yes.
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
Not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
Yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted from law enforcement agencies in the almost 4 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100.
Okay.
I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes.
And both in Wayne County and outside of Wayne County?
Just Wayne County.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection?
I would just ask how many times she testified previously
Previously as a scientist, 2.
as an expert?
Yes.
How many?
2.
2. Okay.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general terms?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily.
Mhm.
Is there a test that you've used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test, and talk a little bit about it, please? Or different tests?
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. PHENOLPHTHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a 2-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color, basically.
And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call hemosticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. You touch it to a cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes. So again, it's a 2-step test where you have the pheno solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1-for-1, 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2, and then it'll change to the pink color or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of
Presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood.
Mhm.
We call that the hemotrace, I believe.
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain up in this For example, a particular stain you extract it in the buffer solution that comes in the human trace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette, and there's a cartridge test. And it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive. If not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41. And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant in this case?
Yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in your report?
This is record 7.
And what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish Exhibit 41.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hand that's on the screen?
That is the same document, yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh, and moving down to evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side there, can you hear me okay when I turn this way? Okay.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered into our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number, though, is that also included in the evidence reviewed?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie, sweatshirt style.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical piece of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes.
And did you also test for semen as well?
Yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what is that test called?
The test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie?
Correct.
And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. Is how, for some reason, that's how our system, our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the phenol or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood, you described that as a blood test, right?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive and there were areas that were phenopositive.
And can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood. And I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
Okay. But some of them did?
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't?
I wouldn't know.
With looking at photos of that, being able to help you answer that question.
Looking at photos, yes, it was a lot.
Okay, we will come back to that.
Okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes.
Let's just go down the list of the tests, if that's okay,
Yep.
as they're listed on here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one then?
The next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were phenopositive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay. And pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's what the hemotrace is for.
The hemotrace will tell us, yes.
All right. And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemosticks test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemosticks because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemosticks has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue when you apply the sample to it. So that's why I followed up.
As it's listed here, the hemosticks test was positive, correct?
For the ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes.
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
All right. Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here, there's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there.
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean and why did you include that in the report? Or why is that included in the report?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemosticks, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood were for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of after you conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by a DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs and cut those. Once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first. Of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemosticks and hemotrace?
So with the hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab. I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you send forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson. Just looking at that report, Ms. Green, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number or container number 5?
Yes.
And can you read the agent or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
Okay. The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay. The item number on here for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5 capital A lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5 capital B lower D. And MD 24-691-5 capital C lower D.
And the first 2 ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab?
Correct.
And what's the difference between those 2 things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested in that test, the pheno test and hemotrace. The 5 CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That will be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve, cuffs. Yeah.
And those are the swab, so just swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that sweater, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Oh. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test. What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further into the hemotrace or hemosticks test?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send the tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, they are.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6 capital A lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691-6 capital B lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, sorry, the regular swab, not the stain swab for item or container 6 that you sent forward. That was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier.
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area, and because it was like a sleeveless item, I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Neziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And may I approach this to retrieve those?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package, I lay it out to get a full picture of the item. And I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, at the end.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit people's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit,
No objection. It'll be a minute. People 64.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior. And in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here, the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide 10. And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left part?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after pheno testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words inputted on the top right indicating that there was pheno negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the PHN means phenoneg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Okay. Sorry, one back. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out. So that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here, PH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as you're testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed people's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
And permission to publish. And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles. That's why so many pictures, but.
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact. Like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head that forward.
Yes. Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking at here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had a fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is the infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down, although there's not really room over there.
So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of
Closer
certain
up.
areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, oh, it moved. Right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's
a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
okay. And if we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screenings?
Yes.
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
And for the
bicep
record-
area, yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yep, right. Yeah. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs. And it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
Next slide. We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just I start from number one and I just go. It's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain, and because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
And going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the HemaTrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third through fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the HemaTrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive, if you remember?
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
I have one moment.
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were phenopositive and hemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also hemotrace positive and phenopositive?
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger phenopositive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back
rear. I can
right
stand
side.
if you need.
No, I just want the record to be clear.
Okay.
From the lower back right.
Yes.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience that there'd be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take it?
No, you took it back.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I would not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
Would looking at your notes refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so, and then look back up at me when you remember. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What stain swab number that you gave it is 5AD?
5AD would be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 28?
Correct.
And that's the back right, lower back right side?
Correct.
Oh. I have nothing further, just thank you.
Who's handling this witness, Ms. Reyes or one moment off the record? How you gonna handle both in custody? We don't need to do this dismissal. Okay. I want to handle a quick dismissal, just so that she can go right downstairs. No, okay. I do. And we drain and counsel on Patrice Johnson. Can you get drained? Attorney drain? Okay. So we don't need this if she's. I do. Okay.
What's that?
And Mr. Mahana, good morning. This is the Heldon Park case. You have a witness? It's your witness that you were waiting for, right?
Well, the police officers being
But the witness you wish to call,
yes.
not here? Okay. Let's handle Ms. Johnson. You ready? Yep. This is the people of the state of Michigan versus Patrice Denise Johnson, 2460998. Ms. Johnson is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, points assault, count 2, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Caresi?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, hearing on behalf of Patrice Johnson, who's present, standing to my left.
Say your name. Good morning. My name is Patrice Denise Johnson. Good morning. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time. He is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
Based on that, Judge, we would move for dismissal of this matter.
The time is now 12:06. The people cannot move forward. I will dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're all set, Ms. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Thomas in custody? Clifford Thomas? He's in the hallway.
Wait a minute, did they just start talking about another case in the middle of our case?
Okay. Can you bring in Mr. Thomas?
Of the spot on the shirt or the hoodie, fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. And so once you marked all of the spots that tested presumptively positive under, well, I guess you started with the ALS, that was your screening.
Correct.
Right, and then you went from there to the IR.
Correct.
And then from there you went to the phenolphthalein.
Correct.
Okay. And so of all the spots that you tested, there were 3 that were positive for blood, you said, correct?
On the black hoodie?
On the black hoodie.
There were multiple that tested positive, but I focused on the ones that had a stronger pheno positive were the ones that I focused on.
Okay, and you said you didn't do any confirmatory testing on the ones that tested weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said of all of those, you sent 2 for testing for DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on to the pink jumpsuit, again, you tested a number of spots on the jumpsuit for phenolphthalein.
Correct.
For blood, presence of blood. correct?
Possible presence, yes.
And it, based on my review of the pictures, it looks like there was at least 10 spots that you tested. Is that fair to say?
There was at least 10 on the pink jumpsuit, yes.
I think I saw a number like 16, and I don't know if that's where it ended but that seems fair, between 10 and 20 maybe.
Possibly more, but yes. at
Okay.
least.
And was there only one spot on the jumpsuit that tested, that you confirmed for blood?
Well, it wasn't, it was tested with pheno, which is the possible presence of blood. I didn't do the hemotrace to confirm that it was human blood because of the limited amount of sample. But yes, it was the one spot.
There was one.
Yes.
And it was a small enough stain that you were concerned of that you would consume it if you tried to do any additional testing?
Yes.
Okay, and that's we're talking about, just for clarification, the spot on the actual jumpsuit, right? The spot that you were swabbing was small.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what all the other areas on the jumpsuit were that you tested that had different colors on them?
As far as what they were,
what the substance was?
No, I couldn't tell.
You were also given a number of other samples of things to test. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you tested some trunk carpet.
Yes.
And you tested that for with phenolphthalein, correct?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Yes.
You tested a driver's floor mat?
Yes.
From a vehicle?
Yes.
You tested that for presence of blood?
Yes.
Using the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Correct.
You tested a driver's seat, cutting from a driver's seat?
Yes.
And that's also from a vehicle, presumably?
Yes.
Okay. That was also negative?
Correct.
And then there's a sample that was taken from, it says trunk trim. Did you swab the trim yourself, or was it a swab that was given to you to test? Do you recall?
I did receive a large plastic piece from a trunk trim that I did test, yes.
Okay, and so you tested that also for phenolphthalein, or with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, sorry.
Correct.
And that tested negative?
Correct.
Okay, so of all the things that you tested from, do you know if they were all from the same vehicle?
I received parts from what was labeled on the packages from 2 different vehicles on different submissions.
Okay, do you know what type of vehicles they were?
One was listed on the submission form as a Cadillac Escalade, and there was another one, it was a vehicle, a Nissan Sentra, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. And so on a separate vehicle, you were given some, looks like maybe you were given actual door handles to swab. Does that seem correct?
I didn't receive any door handles. I received swabs of
a door
certain
handle.
parts of vehicles, yes.
Okay, and that was from a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and you tested that for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you used the phenolphthalein test?
Correct.
And also it looks like you did the hemostix test on that?
Correct.
And both were negative?
Both were negative, yes.
Okay. You were also given some swabs from a trunk speaker?
Yes.
And you did the same 2 tests on that, correct?
Yes.
And those were also negative for blood?
Yes.
And then it looks like you had another trunk door frame swab?
Yes.
And were you just given a swab? You weren't given like the door yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you tested that with both the hemostix and the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And those were both negative?
Yes.
And I just kind of want to talk, I guess, generally about the presence of blood or lack of presence of blood. Blood doesn't necessarily disappear, or the presence of blood doesn't necessarily disappear just because you clean something, fair to say?
It's possible.
But it's possible that it would not test positive for blood, but it also, something that had been cleaned could also test positive for blood still, even if I don't see it.
Correct.
Okay. So for example, if I cut my finger with a knife and I get blood on the floor, I wipe it with a Clorox wipe, somebody could still test that for blood and potentially see evidence of blood having been there.
Potentially, yes.
I mean, there's tools like luminol that can detect blood, correct?
Correct.
And I think you used that in one of your other tests in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it is used, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blue Star is another tool that can be used to detect blood if there's an assumption or presumption that it has been cleaned. Fair to say?
It is. We don't use Blue Star though.
You use luminol instead?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a test that can timestamp the presence of biological material, right?
We do not.
Okay. So you can't testify when blood is deposited, or presumptively blood is deposited on an item.
I cannot.
You also don't have a test for how it got there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Green, Ms. Quick just asked you about the samples that tested positive or presumptively positive of the phenolphthalein and the hemosticks or hemotrace. You said you focused on the stronger ones. First, what do you mean by the stronger ones?
Depending on the amount of possible blood that's there, sometimes the reaction can be like a stronger pink or a faint pink, or it can be instant, like a blaring pink. It just depends on how much is there. And the ones that, like, I had some weak positives up there, but I also had the ones that were like instant bright pink. That's what I consider a stronger pink.
Okay. And those are the ones that you focused on to send forward for further DNA testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you go through and do all of that work that you did in terms of the ALS, the IR, and then the pheno testing and the semen testing, what is the reason that you're doing that? Is it to get the best possible sample to go forward, or is it something else?
That is true, to get the best possible sample going forward, the one that would possibly have the most body fluid in it. We sent forward for DNA, and in this case, I conducted semen testing as well as the blood testing, because when the clothing was submitted, the person that received the case and had case details, it was possible sexual assault listed on the lab request form.
Okay, and so that's the reason you did the semen testing?
Correct.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Green, you're done testifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McPherson, I saw you look at your watch.
Which is actually broken, but Judge, I think with the scheduling of our witnesses, now would be a good time to take a
Lunch break, okay. How many witnesses do you anticipate? Two more?
two more.
So that'd be the officer in charge and,
Christopher James, who's going to be very quick.
okay. We have one matter we have to handle anyway, so how about, if you come back at 1:45, do you think you can finish both witnesses?
I'll leave that to Ms. Quickly.
Okay. Possibly. Okay, we'll come back at 1:45 to finish testimony with Mr. Butts.
Thank you.
Ready, Mr. Brigham?
Ready.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. with the habitual offender fourth offense notice with a mandatory 25-year sentence. I do not need appearances. We are continuing from a lunch break with all parties present. And are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, people would call Officer Christopher James.
I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. Go ahead and take a seat. Just watch your steps going to the box. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Christopher James,
And how were you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer,
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
All right. Now I want to take you back to January 30th of 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes,
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
yes,
Okay, what unit were you in?
cybercrimes unit,
And were you working back on January 30th of 2024?
yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, well, I guess in your role in cybercrimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics, or
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes,
Okay. And did you get the chance to perform an extraction on a tablet back on January 30th, 2024?
yes.
Okay. And who was this you got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
It's pulling the data from the phone.
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
Yes,
Okay. And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of the case.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that you performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes,
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction. And I believe it's exhibit. It's going to be proposed exhibit 59.
Any objection? No objection. It'll be a minute of people 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is a document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
Extraction summary.
I'm sorry, the door opened. What did you say?
An extraction summary, like a report, a summary of the extraction.
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
Yes,
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device in which contains contact?
yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 60.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge and testify into the microphone because it's hard to hear. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And Officer, what, first, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So I can follow along with you. Fair to say that you are the examiner name, that would be you.
Yes,
And your organization is the Cyber Crimes Unit,
Yes,
and the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
yes.
Okay, who is that person?
Investigator with the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
Okay. And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
When you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram.
Okay. And what is the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
And what's an interaction status?
A chat participant.
Okay. And do you know what that means?
That they would be involved in the chat.
Okay. And in box number 1, where it says, let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that user ID for me?
It's going to be 119-202-339-467-400.
I'm talking about for row number 1.
Row number 1.
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay. And what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
Okay. And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You mean phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2.
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
Friend.
Okay. And what's
Friend.
okay? And what's the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay. And what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
Okay. And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there.
Yes.
Okay. And would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
Yes.
Okay. And it says photos. Would it be fair to say that would be a photo that was attached?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's going to be page 3 of that report. When you click photos, this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, we have no questions.
Okay, you're done testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
Shannon, S-H-A. Last name Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes,
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013,
And before that, where were you at?
patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases?
Yes.
So a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Messiah Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email, which just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case when I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, tell me, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
Okay. So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Naziah was Jarvis Butts, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area and it wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of Ypsilanti. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butts' device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras. And it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours. Some of them is a week. Some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Neziah is.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butts' home.
Yes,
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
yes,
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet. And we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes,
And that was back on February 7th of 2024.
correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation.
Yes,
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1.
Yes,
And that led you to Tashiana Davis.
correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And is that on Neff Street?
Yes,
And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you.
yes,
Okay, and would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
yes,
Okay, and then you subsequently searched that vehicle.
yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is was given to Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9,000 Connor.
And what's 9,000 Connor?
9,000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
And did you find anything at 9,000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on. So I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I review the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, the 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th. I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it'd be just a couple days after you get the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now. So like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. And throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg and then heading back east used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were gonna have to come back again once that melted, because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so do you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet. And some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the night. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at Sevenenberg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay. You heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right. So continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie. And the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on, that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bury that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back? Let's start with back in January 9th.
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates in the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana Butts?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Isaiah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markle is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yeah, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's proposed exhibit 85?
Yes.
58. Sorry,
Yes.
numbers. Candidates marked as people's proposed exhibit 58. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a Cellbrite extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markle for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and in the subsequent pages as it relates to his Butts' skull. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
Yes.
I move the admission of people's proposed exhibit 58.
No objection.
Would be as people's 58.
And I want to direct you to I guess it's going to be page 3 of the report. Go 4 of the report. Page 5. Where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 PM to 5:16 PM.
So it gives the location described as, on here it says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know, do you know if Mr. Butts's 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected with a gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Never mind. The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is going to be 9,000 Connor.
Okay. And that's the address associated with Mr. Butts' auto shop.
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same for Exhibit 34?
Yes.
And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is going to be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is going to indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area again?
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before. And that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Berg. So we had also searched all the Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Miss Smith had recovered.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
Okay. And you got a chance to go through, you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
yes,
Okay, and that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts.
correct.
And normally I book proposed exhibit 63.
Yes.
And you give Mark the book proposed exhibit 63. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next pages include searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay, and does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant for Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit. I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
To be admitted as people 63?
Okay, now I want to go back to the first page and use it with the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82 at gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th.
Of what year?
Yep, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay, and it's fair to say that those are the entirety of all of the searches from those days.
It is not all of them, no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return.
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
So the first, do you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So.
The ones that are highlighted.
Okay.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yep, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 PM UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill.
And
Yes, the
one.
next search is immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32. PM UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 PM UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org /blog/can I use herbs to have an abortion at home?
And the next
The
one?
next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 PM UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
And the next one?
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 PM UTC. So again, minus 5 hours. And that site is, it's ANSIRH.org, research, over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 PM, over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill. How do I have an abortion using only misoprostol, MISOPROSTOL. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 PM UTC, so minus 5 hours, specifically is searched is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Okay. Now, in that phone extraction that you went through with Mr. Butts, that Detective Markle had admitted, were you able to go through and I know you'd mentioned there was a Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers that
Yes.
have been associated with Nizaya.
Yes.
When you went through Mr. Butt's phone extraction, did you find any of Nizaya's Text Now numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if what was on his phone? But first of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
Yes, so the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I had another search warrant submitted to Text Now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
Okay, and when you found these text and messages on Mr. Butt's phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from Text Now, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through Text Now that were to that number that was assigned that Naziah was using on text now.
That's what you got back from text now.
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Butts' phone.
Oh, Mr. Butts' phone specifically was just the messages from text now between him and Naziah.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from text now, or?
No.
Okay. And Jenna, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with Nicole's proposed exhibits 46 and 47. Can you tell me, in exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone. And it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Butts' phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes. 231.
231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes,
Okay. And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Butts' phone.
correct.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 46.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as people's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd, 2023. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now I want to show you proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
Yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Butts' phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes.
And I would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as people's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as people's exhibits 15 and 16. And these were already admitted. These are certified copies of text now messages. So I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me, you need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned.
Okay, so is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyatta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyatta Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Naziah's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? It might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes.
And what's that phone number?
313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyatta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who was the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Naziah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes.
What's that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes,
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, I approach.
Yes.
Somebody's already admitted. And I'm showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already admitted. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
This is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting behind the defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
And Your Honor, would the record reflect that witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts? And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
That was at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Okay. Or about how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
Okay. And was Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education and speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
And did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there a minute.
And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
Okay. And Journal, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a smart and legal proposed exhibit 26. You tell me what it is I just handed you.
So this is the Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice and rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as People's 26.
Thank you. And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you too?
Yes.
Okay. And I would pass for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes,
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan?
yes,
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date,
Not on that date, prior to that date,
several months before, yes.
in April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
May you interview Mr. Butts?
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to, she couldn't interview?
So,
1 second. Were you getting ready to say something else?
And it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel told them, no, do not interview. That's my.
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking
Yeah.
of?
This was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
yes,
You took him, where did you interview him from? At?
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, did you interview him on this was at, forgive me, at Division 1?
Yes,
Beard? Did you interview him on his floor or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room and you and your partner interviewed him?
Yes,
And you gave him his constitutional rights and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting him?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting him?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Yeah, we're going to pass voluntariness.
Thank you, Judge. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay. So is audio and video on the body cam and then also just
Yeah, so
audio?
2 different factors.
Okay. So, and it's fair that you had seen this video prior to today?
Yes,
Okay. And when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, do you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes,
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him. Well, let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. And I made clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video. And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1. And this is clip 2.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on TV. I can't hear one word.
Give me a try now. This is starting it for clip 2. Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history.
Yes.
And that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
That he was trying to help with flyers regarding Miss I being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play clip 3.
One of the allegations, they said that I was supposed to be in the area, she was the defendant, so I was in the area at the time. I worked in the fucking area. Did they say why they came to you, or you just contact you? I just had a series of text messages. Talking about, and I'm gonna leave them, and I explained to them that anytime we start text messaging people, they said to see texting, and I'm gonna do that. That's straight. And in 10 minutes, the voice text and say, well, from time to time, I have a lot of jobs. And I don't do money, so I started to make money. And I'm probably going to get that always push around this house. And I started living around this house. So once around this house, I can't work. So you're getting money. That's how I'm saying. So that is a lot of taxes. You wouldn't get taxed. Yeah, like that's I want people bring my money. work for us, you understand? And it was really nice to have a meeting with the autopsy and sometimes I don't know where that comes. Because I really, so I have them come in the office space. Have that, came back, you know, stuff like that. Organized for, they, you know, so,
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, you know, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Okay. Now, clip 4.
Do you remember that? This that he tried to talk like this for the money and he's not listening? I remember that one text because they were busy. Okay. And I never, you know, I said it. But like now,
Now, he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him. And that he had assumed that he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house, and he hadn't replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day, and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay. So you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay. And once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just what's it? And I passed for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner Sullivan? You didn't have him sign the form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
Did I say that, or
No,
did Sergeant Sullivan say
Sergeant
that?
Sullivan said that.
Okay. You want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything that day.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised, or do you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing a form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st, beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
Sorry, hold on. This is 5:31.
Ms. Ridley, it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
As we move along, this is not like we got all achievements to get out of here, right? It's just, I'd like to talk to you, right? I'd like to get a little, for sure. If there's things that move along, you want to talk about, specifically, like, let's get that and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, I'm not gonna flip the script, I'm not gonna flip the script, there's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it, we're just trying to do like our line graph process. Is that fair? Okay, you familiar with the regulations, right? Do me a favor, actually, not before you read this to me, you can read your hand. Cover the most. Okay, all right. Where? Oh, okay, nice. You could look at your read those and then initial difference, so you can understand. Any questions about those? Do me a favor, just initialize these lines, and then others outline our purpose and so where you can take time, I'll explain exactly what I'm doing. Yes. Then sign it, signature, and date sign. Sign there, just general sign there, you sign right there. It's May 31st already.
And for the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And let me find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. Playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, studying like to Boston for 2 weeks training. And I think like, how would it look like you talk to your company, you're talking to your certain, stuff that we went back and looked at, And I'm thinking like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, you're probably like, perfect. I don't know that, I just thought if we could, if I could talk to you this morning or today, and then we don't want you to be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and this is going to be a DM. Does that make sense? Okay, so I just thought, yeah, when you just say that, turn the table, right? You're going to come talk to me, and 2 weeks, you're back at the third week, like this, right? So if I'd like to ask you if you kind of take more talk, you talk more. Okay, all right, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, I'll talk about something. There's no trading on, so whenever you're ready to get that, I'll just have to sign the form, right? Just so you're presenting your representatives, or if you want to just continue with this one. So, okay, you're still familiar with the rooms, correct, right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright, so,
Again, I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he is the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands and make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they testified,
He was in County Green for something else.
He was in County Green somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So that's
correct, Judge.
Question of whether or not you can understand, out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. If there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, or I'm going to deny your objection and find it to be voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded,
Yes,
and it was also video recorded,
yes,
just like the day before.
correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes,
What for the People's Exhibit 29?
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes, it'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded.
yes,
And you had a chance to review that audio?
yes,
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st?
yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. And publishing clip 1. Sorry. Yes, from Exhibit 29.
Before, and I asked you, I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her?
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Messiah,
Okay, and when were we talking about? And I seeing her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to object to
What's
the
your
Yeah,
objection?
all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If that's the question that was asked, I just actually go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Ms. Griffin, you have the full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review that, I mean, I can go back a little further. It just might take 1 second. And this will be playing from just a couple of seconds back at 35:58.
Did I ask you to told her? Did I ask you? I mean, are you saying it's very forward? Can I ask you to? I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, did you see her? Okay, so, that's something else.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys talking? Who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Messiah Harris,
Okay. And if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, overruled.
And then going to continue with clip 2.
She punished the listening to her. So, yes, you know, like, or when was the last time you saw her before that? Right, when did she tell that was 2 days before? 2 days before, right? So then when I said, you were at the house, because you're yeah.
And playing clip 3.
He said something like he was on time. Okay, so he had permission for her first, he sent us his stuff, and he said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my yeah, but he had talked about a day, I don't remember which day it was, but he had talked about oil explaining to drop the car. That was repaired. And he mentioned you were there, and he mentioned Zion was there. But I didn't know, if I asked him, I'm telling you, he mentioned what he's saying, I'm not saying that, right? But,
And playing clip 4.
Okay, was anybody with you? I don't know, like I said, was there a little girl with you? A younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drag over also? Or did he not do that? Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was a discharge, oh, okay.
And clip 5.
Alright, so again, after you dropped off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night?
And clip 6.
She texted you on the phone. But they said she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number, or from an app, or from an app, she was texting directly to your phone. Couldn't tell me on the phone, like you said, I didn't, technology stuff, where they were showing me the phone. Alright, okay. So we're gonna call from the okay, same number? Yes. Okay. Did you lock in that server? Okay. So he.
And playing clip 7.
I guess your phone and that's her number, she's texting you from right? She's texting this is
I'm gonna pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Butts at this time?
We had a printed out copy of the text now messages.
Okay. And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 7 seconds.
And then if it's sent, that means that she sent it. If it's received, that means that he replied something that you, but she did not. So this is when the text now back. So like I said, I don't know that it was phone. Yeah, that's very text. Yeah, so we convert to a phone number. Okay, so.
And in clip 8.
Yes, I explained to them. But this is weird one here, like from her, like saying, okay, you get some of this message, sorry, you just keep your number, that's something I don't understand what that meant. But she's leaving the message, so I gotta understand what that meant. I was what you said, it was so much time, I said, okay, okay, I'll meet you, I'll be in his house, I'll be there, so I'll be over there to give you a message. You know, I'm here, so we pay them maybe that day or so. Okay. Or I'll pay them the next day or how much would you do with it?
And clip 9.
But I mean, she saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look back to you? She didn't look bigger, but she went and showed me, was she wearing bag her clothes? You know, something different, like face being rounder. No, you just saw her, I mean, when you see somebody, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? That's so last, she said something. When it was like that, she said, I don't see what's okay. Because I see how to get there. Because this is strange. She was like, very well, me too, and I said, okay. And I said, I was like, she didn't know I was the best.
And clip 10.
So, go back and play that one more time.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
And she saw her that she went back to her. She didn't look at her, that she didn't show me, she wear baggy clothes. You didn't notice anything different, like tasting around her? No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? So she said something. When it was like that, she said, I don't see what's okay. It was like she wanted to get there. It was this is strange. She was like, girl, I can tell that I started that. And I didn't say that I was. She didn't know I was the best.
Proceeding to clip 10.
So, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's young and she's an initiator. And I also get there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. Not, when I say we're coming to a fault in the road, what I'm trying to say to you is stay on the same path, okay? Because you're hurting, you are hurting with all these people coming forward. Your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. Okay, and this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it. So this starts here in March. Yes, 2023. And this is where she's identifying who she is. Okay, and this number here, it's all your number. And it's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person is leaving the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account. It's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you search is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break the pattern. And I'm trying to get you to see if we can break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when we got locked up. And it may have started before that. But I think you have a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. It's okay. Can you call man yourself? These are going to be different conversations, right? She's giving you man's number. Very clear that this is her. She has sent all these messages, and then you finally reply. I call her. and I see she's hitting you up again, and then you reply, yeah, and it goes back and forth, right? So here I kind of see she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she going to retire or something? So here's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and then the next minute she's crying. She keeps calling for people traps and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You reply, no. She says, thank you. And you ask her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? Then you reply, stop messing with people and just be mine. That's she's not on contract. Alright, so I'm gonna mark that, and this wasn't meant like that. So title. Okay, so then I see there's like a bunch of missed calls and different things. I see there's a pattern here again, she's constantly, where are you, are you coming to get me or what, what's going on? Yes or no, it's being late, right? Alright, so, here she's sending me pictures, do you remember what these pictures were? Those are in a separate folder, whatever pictures she sent you. She never sent you anything that maybe she was trying to see if she looked through or not, that you should have had, that you already uploaded without receiving it. Yeah. I mean, you received it, we know that. There's pictures, so what I'm saying is this is a text message. So here it's telling me each time there's a message, right? Alright, so this is still, we're still in March. Okay. Then you sent something to our company chief. And she said, what do you mean? You said, you heard me. And she replied, you can't do that. And then she said that she gave me what I much love. Right? She always said, love you. All of you, I love you. Like, okay, so like, all the love. Oh. That's why we're talking about you, because things can get confusing, right? Alright, and we see that she sent another message. She's telling me about how she's high, right? So you're like, so, and then why are you mad? What are you doing? What is NTHD? Nothing. Back and forth, and you communicating. Then she says, here, you can only text me by this number, don't text me, you will need number. Okay, so then she finally got this app, and it was like a consistent number. So after this Google Meet, and you're like, yeah, and that's how you were trying to show her some phone. We can talk about that phone. Several different phones. Yes, I see that there's a whole bunch of stuff here about call her, is this call like trying to get you to call her grandma? Okay, and then just maybe she's going down to the random, I love you in there. Pull up, and then be mad at me, why would she want her to be mad at her?
I'm sorry, I wonder about
enough attention to. Because he always sent it, right? Still only now dated. His name. What you doing? Good morning. I miss you. I miss you too. Okay. What you sent. I can't stop thinking about you either. I said, yeah, see. So she said here, I can't stop thinking about you. Sent, and you replied, I can't stop thinking about you either. Or mouth or something. It was in May of last year. So this is around the time that she got something with her mom. So her mom here is down. Wow. So we'll see if we can figure out what happened between her and mom. But she keeps asking, like, don't be mad at me. Like, can you tell me why you're mad at me? Do you remember why? Because we're ignoring her. Because we're busy. We don't keep you check the head or get stressed. Alright, so since back and forth. Something about I told you not to go into my room. Why do you take my stuff? Did you take something out of the room? I found something about the nonsense. And I guess I asked and I sat downstairs. I sat up to the house. Thomas. Okay, so this is like some laundry bag or you on there. Okay, so there's a bunch of snack we're gonna get, we're gonna call. Then we're gonna get to this one, which is, this is where we're gonna stay on the same path, okay? Did you read this one? Didn't I make you come faster than ever? I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you? Is this? Yes, you try to call her. So then it goes back and forth. And she sends you, this in June now, okay? You want to hit it from the back again? And then you asked her to send me some more pictures. Send me some pictures. That's what she said. Some pictures. You said, send me some pictures, please. Well, that's probably next week. So, and like this, to go down that, just, remember what I said about, is there something maybe she's, not saying you're a victim, but is there something that she's saying to her, with you, right? Did she ever say anything like, why didn't you do sexual or anything like that, right? That's why I was asking, right? This is hard to talk about. It is. But here's something, because they just some of the rest of that. And then I have sexual relationships. That's it, right? Because I have a sexual relationship. Yeah.
Clip 11.
So this is like entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
can clip
I didn't hear anything that last clip.
I can replay it.
So this is really like entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
Ready? All set? And clip 12.
I'm sending some pictures of her after she's asking if you're going to get her back again. As far as that goes, to send some pictures. I see some prisoners and some prisoners are here this outfit, something like that.
And clip 13.
Alright, go back to the, are you coming over? I get you, good night, call me. Then you randomly send her and June 26th. I want simplicity. No, that wasn't, I didn't say that's her. I didn't say that's her. I said that's her. I said that's her name is love. So I didn't say that. Like I said, maybe all times. Your new text is yes. So this would be in Shannon's home. Whenever that number is used, I said. So Shannon sends you text messages on it too? I said first, it was like my phone. Like I said, so you can have some plan. Whenever you come get me, call me, you want to tell. Call me, want to tell you something. You can get some today. Now here's where you can get some pussy. This is all within seconds of each other, okay? Now here's why this is not Shannon. Because the next sentence is, tell her you have an inspection tomorrow, I can come in early. And this is a discussion about, so you can call grandma. Yes, I didn't actually have that right. Every time I had to say like this, so as far as this goes, I remember this. These, so this was meant for Shannon. That wasn't for Shannon. She never asked me about it. Anybody else say, hey, this is me, this is her phone, man. That's all I say, that's all the strangers. Or anybody. Yeah, so when Shannon sends me this phone, I'm like, now, I'm saying, this one, I have the case may be, I remember getting this one because I was doing my my inspection, I never had the first inspection. Like, if you told them that there's an inspection in the shop, so yes, come over and I'm just get them, just turn around, all right, and so are all these good morning, babe, I love you, miss you, are you naked? Is this all we're assuming desire? This is she's sending them. Are you naked? I don't want to get naked. Are you mad that I did? Alright, so now here's where some pictures come in. This is the fit for today, which is her outfit. And she sent another picture. This is sent, and then you send her, but I can't not inside you, so it's different. And she says, why you can't, did you do it before? And we said, but I had to buy pills to do it. I remember this. And I said, what kind of pills you talking about? As far as this goes, the insect has 65 years, the worst is what we're on the session, which I was saying that it was really because of that. apparently this thing has probably with Shannon. How do you know, oh, I said, I would try to differentiate, I don't know when she would take over the whole. Okay. Do you remember typing that? Which one? I can't, I remember the conversation. This is how, like, I'm reading this and getting on my computer. I started that.
And clip 14.
So in here, she's talking about, she always just sent, look at how many she sent you. All back, all over the same amount, right? And she's apologizing for something. I didn't go see anybody, I swear, I came straight back. My friend lived right down the street, and she didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. I'm sorry, please. I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear. Yeah, I remember it was, that's about, she told me, she said shit, I heard her see out. I told her, so I said to her, I just was, I just, so why is she calling you vague? We never corrected her on that? Don't be all 5 to 10 minutes, you did respond to them, my messages, so that's all in here. Stop ignoring me. Then she says, if you don't believe me, I'll send you my Instagram password. So she sent you her Instagram, HTTP password, her Gmail password. I hope you believe me now, you really don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth, I just want you to make your day better. So, like looking at this, and whether you felt the same way, she thinks she's in a relationship with you. Because while she's reaching out to you, she's confiding to you, she's calling you babe, she's saying I love you, she's apologizing, I didn't do this, don't give me stop ignoring me. Those are all things that I guarantee every one of the other women that if you pissed off at you or whatever, you guys probably look back and want to say, this is not a least humble conversation. You may not have been looking at it a certain way, but she's looking at you a different way. Does that make sense?
And clip 15.
So there's like 2,000 messages, and I'm trying to see that, right? So this is where, yeah, this is still in June, are you still picking up Janaya? And you asked when, she said today, you said no, she said why, and you said it's just me and you, because I was never picking her up. She says, okay, I really like you that it's only me and you. So why would I did it, let's say you did it. I said, why say that to her? I was just me and you, because I was in love. So that's not our test. Alright, so this is still the same day. Okay. She said, because I was never picking her up, I really wanted that. You really didn't want her there, no way. That's what you said. I know I didn't want her there. This is not that I'm not picking her up, this is why. You should have said it. Why? Because she did too much in your mind. Mine. And Shannon said that she said no for today. I know she said no for today. And she says the meaning is your mind and mine only, the dick and all of your This is about what you said. So this is about the time you said, that was going to include your non-pay. And she said, I want to know the name when you say I'm yours. She's taking a little stronger.
And clip 16.
Well, this is actually, I think it's question. Right. So just so you understand, this is actually. You're saying talk about it, you just never explain it. So this is like accessory. I want to know the meetings and this continues to, you're agreeing here that this was testing and you were entertaining it, so they never followed up on this. Right, that's what I'm saying, this is just role play. You were just sitting there talking, you got to follow up and it continues. I'm just.
And clip 17.
These pictures that she sent, what were the pictures? I didn't do it. So what? Describe the pictures to me. If I didn't know what the picture looked like, describe what it would be. Or she wearing when she's in the airport. Sure, so you do photos of herself. Usually, or you do like top to bottom, or but you could tell who it was.
That was a little bit hard to hear. What photos? How did he describe the photos?
He described one of the photos that she had taken a picture in the bedroom wearing like some lingerie, nighty clothes. That some of the pictures she was nude, that she was nude from top to bottom. That some of them were a little blurry, but he could still tell that it was her.
And clip 18.
Then here you asked her, this is now in July.
I'm just going to pause at 6 seconds to.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, please. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I just was informed we need to take a breakfast break. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got some right. Oh, we need to go back on that.
Oh, that's normal.
not sure, but I don't know why. I don't know. Oh, you the first. You know me? Not sure why it wasn't.
It said you exceeded 8 hours.
Did it really say that?
Yes,
Is it?
it said you exceeded 8 hours. The call is ended.
Oh, that didn't matter, all right. I've never seen it. Just because I didn't pause it or. Wow. Okay. Oh, you gotta let me. Let us see where it is. Okay. Get back on. Yeah, oh, it's still live. Okay. All right, we took a brief 5-minute break and also a sidebar. We're back on the record, 2459617, the People of State Mission versus Jarvis Butts. We took a brief moment to have sidebar with all council to discuss timing. We've all agreed that we cannot finish today by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that this would be a good time to break until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Yes, Judge.
And we'll come back at 10 o'clock and hopefully finish tomorrow with final arguments and being done with the case tomorrow by 4:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else for the record?
Nothing
No,
further.
Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're done for today.
Okay, guys. So we got one more day of testimony to complete for our man, Mr. Butts, and some closing arguments. And that's to be determined. He has had some hearings since then that, of course, they start their pre-trial hearings and everything as we get closer to the court date. So we'll peek in on some of those also. So interesting to see. I think we still got the aunt's testimony. I know the grandma's testimony. We have text messages that are coming in, closing arguments. So still a lot to go with this case to see how this case was determined to be sent over and set for a trial date. I don't know. And it's just so much stuff out here. Like, it's like you want some of the information to be privy. You want to know some of the information, but it's like so many conspiracies, so many if and where, what, who. It's just so much. Everybody knows something. And then it's like, I done heard conversations where the aunts start talking about stuff and the family is talking about stuff, which is implicating them and making them seem like they have something to do with it. It's like allegedly. So I haven't heard anything come out of anybody's mouth. I haven't seen anybody come into court and actually testify to something that I think that they should probably be charged for. But allegedly, like, they out here in these streets. So it's really, 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 really interesting, to say the least. So everybody immediately says, Jarvis is, Mr. Butts. He's guilty. He's guilty of these essay crimes, no matter what. I don't know. I don't know. I know it's a lot of details and data that points to him, but I don't know. And that's why I'm rewatching it over. These timelines, all these mistakes, all this stuff is just really, really, really concerning. Me personally. And I know investigations, sometimes they cannot be clean. All right. So, yeah. Just nasty, nasty, nasty. Got nasty work going on here. So that's what we have going on right now with our man, Mr. Jarvis Butts. Tomorrow we'll be back in the courtroom, right? We'll be in multiple courtrooms tomorrow. I do know that for sure. Hey, Ola, how are you, sweetheart? We'll be in multiple courtrooms tomorrow. We'll be covering Donna. We're in a defense case. How soon will she testify? What witnesses will she call? Remains to be seen. We also have Cardi B's trial where we are going to be in closing arguments. Will Cardi B have to pay up 24 mil for a scratch we can't see? I have no clue. Like, what a mess. So we'll be in both of those courtrooms. I think I got us on the schedule for 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. I got to make sure court starts at 6:30. I'll see what time they start gaining us just a tad bit of TiVo time. Maybe just a tad bit. You say we will miss her. Why will you miss her? She gonna be here. She ain't going nowhere, boo. Yeah. Bad investigation from the start. You say, wow, we got a long day tomorrow? Yeah, we got a long day tomorrow. Long day tomorrow. I do agree. We will be busy out in these streets. And there's no telling with Donna's case what we have coming up. But I know we're looking forward to closing arguments, and it's going to the jury in Cardi B's case. So that'll be a case that we'll be sending to the jury tomorrow. The judge is adamant that they won't be able to finish their deliberations until Wednesday. So we know that they'll be back there for at least the rest of the afternoon. He said it'd only take the morning for the closing arguments and also for the remaining portion of the jury instruction. So that should be a pretty quick segment. And then we're going into verdict watch. I'll keep the room open for that one for people that want to discuss and look at old testimony while we watch the verdict watch. And in the meantime, we will have Donna and her defense team steady trying to poke holes in the case, which will be fun to see on what they're going to try to pull off tomorrow. Does Charlie testify tomorrow? Does Donna testify tomorrow? Do we have any experts that's going to be testifying to her fear, her handwriting? Do we have any jailhouse informants that are going to testify on her behalf saying, no, she didn't do those writings, that she did those writings up under some kind of duress? Remember, she did have claims that she was getting beat up in a jail cell and things of that nature, and she had to give up her commissary and all types of things. Could this be part of it? Are they going to present that evidence? We don't know. We won't know until we get into the courtroom tomorrow, right, guys? Well, I definitely appreciate everybody coming in and taking the time out to revisit this case with me, or if it's a newbie to you. Yeah, we can do that when we go over there tomorrow, SD. I'll send out a poll when the jury goes out. Absolutely. You know, I know how to make polls now, so I'm all into making the poll. And Maddie with the trivia, like, we need some new questions for tomorrow. I'm absolutely yes. So next time when we cover the Jarvis Butts thing, I will put out the notification, of course. I'm gonna see where we have downtime. If we have some downtime this week, then we'll go ahead and knock it out the park. Depending on where we're at with our cases, because I really think Donna's case is going to the jury no later than Thursday or Friday. That's just my personal opinion, but I think it'll go to the jury. I don't think the defense has more than 3 days worth of testimony to provide. So I think that it's going to be in the jury's hands by Thursday. And remember, the judge did say that the case should wrap up by September 5th. So he seems like there's nothing going off schedule. Hasn't been any delay. So I have no reason to think that what he's saying is probably going to be truthful. So I'm assuming that will be at the jury later this week. So we'll just see how our week goes. If we have some short days, then we probably can start piecing, putting some more of this testimony in and kind of finishing up this portion. So we'll know exactly what we're looking at, right? For the month of October. So guys, You know you were in the right place today, right? I appreciate everybody for hanging out. We're over 5K. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to all the new subscribers, new members. Don't forget, if you're watching this video afterwards, to like. And if you're feeling frisky, subscribe and share, right? Because you know you was in the right place today where there is no filters, right? No fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys, till tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m., get your rest. Have you some no-dos sitting to you on the side, have whatever you need to keep yourself together, your cups of coffee, whatever we need to get through it. But we gonna be in there tomorrow. And I definitely mean in there. All right. See y'all. Have a great rest of your Monday.